gentlemen, and welcome. Our council meetings are set up usually in two parts, 4 o'clock to 5 o'clock for some simpler items and for the consent calendar. And then we'll move to 5 o'clock for some presentations and the rest of the council meeting. First off, for housekeeping services, pager, phone, put it on vibrate or silent. We'd appreciate that. And with that, Mr. Clerk, how are you, sir? And could I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Feller. Here. Councilmember Feline. Here. Mayor Wood.
Here.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Here.
Councilmember Kern.
Here. Thank you. With that, Mr. Clerk, could we have the consent calendar, please?
Yes. Consent calendar is items 4 through 8.
Thank you very much. Any speakers from the audience on any of those?
No public on any of these items.
Okay.
Move approval.
I'll second.
I'll second.
Thank you. Motion approval. Any speakers from the council? No, please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you very much. When you get a chance, please, item number 9.
Item number 9 is approval of a professional services agreement and property lease agreement with Reach Air Medical Services of Santa Rosa for aero medical services with an initial annual payment to the city in the amount of $772,000 required under both the PSA and the lease of portion of the fire training center at 110 Jones Road. Approval of 5 new positions under the program and authorization for the city manager to execute the PSA and lease upon receipt of all supporting documentation.
Thank you very much. Chief, thank you very much. If you would.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and council members. Darrell Hebert, Fire Chief of this great city, Oceanside. Very proud to be here tonight to propose a public-private partnership with Reach Air Medical Services for air medical transports from the city of Oceanside. I think it's important just for the public and even just to remind council of kind of what we're all about in the fire department. As you know, we have 8 fire stations. We have 6 ALS fire engines, and just to remind, ALS is Advanced Life Support, which means that we have a paramedic on every ambulance and every engine. That would be a firefighter paramedic. We have 2 ALS truck companies, 4 ALS ambulances, and 1 battalion chief. To cover our city, there's 33 people on duty a day. We run 17,900 emergency response in 2012, and that's roughly a 9% increase over the last 2 years. We are the 3rd largest city in the county, and we are the 2nd busiest fire department in the county. The 1st busiest is San Diego City. The 2nd largest city is Chula Vista, and they run about 15,700 calls with 9 stations. So it just gives you a little bit of comparison. We run about 22 air trauma transports per month. A lot of people might say, well, that's a lot of transports for the air. And the reason why we have trauma incidents in Oceanside is we have 3 major highways, 76, 78, and I-5. Different types of trauma responses that occur are penetrating trauma, long falls from 15 feet or greater, and of course vehicle rollovers. Penetrating traumas include shootings and stabbings and those other types of calls. We also are butted up against the Marine Corps base, so we also get a lot of motorcycle accidents from Marines. But the good thing is we have done a public service announcement with the Marine base on prevention of motorcycle accidents, and that was real successful. We also have industrial-related incidents, burn patients, and then, of course, pediatric-type traumas. A typical injury that occurs in Oceanside that would require a trauma other than transporting to Tri-City would be anything that would be a severe bleeding, an amputation, severe burns, or again, pediatric traumas. One of the reasons why we use the air transport is because of the distance and locations that Oceanside is from the nearest trauma centers. And of course, with any type of trauma, time is really critical to get them to those specialized physicians and those centers that are equipped to deal with those types of traumatic injuries. Not all hospitals are traumas, like Tri-City is not a trauma center. Again, trauma centers specialized with medical personnel that are there for 24 hours a day. They have surgeons and those special techniques that are ready to deal with those types of traumatic injuries. The trauma centers in San Diego County are Sharp Memorial, Palomar Medical, Scripps Mercy, Children's Hospital, UCSD is our burn center, and then Scripps La Jolla. And right next to Scripps La Jolla, you notice that it says Oceanside's trauma catchment. And basically what that means is that the county is divided amongst the trauma centers. We just don't transport our patients to any trauma centers. We are a part of a catchment that is established by the county. We don't determine that, the county determines that. And if you look up at the map there, you'll see the purple, and of course that's Oceanside. And then the circle there is where Scripps La Jolla is at. Palomar is also a trauma center, which might be a little bit closer geographically, but since they have such a large catchment, they determined that Oceanside would be better suited for the Scripps La Jolla. So a transport would occur is if you look where that H is at up in Oceanside, that's Tri-City Hospital. And if you go a little bit further to the north of that is where the riverbed is at, where the airport's at. And a typical helicopter would take off from our training center, which is right near the airport, travel down the riverbed, up the coast to Scripps La Jolla. So we're looking to partnership with a company called REACH, which is a air medical services. It was founded in 1987 by Dr. John McDonald. And the reason why I put this slide up there is because in my estimation, based upon what I've read, what I've heard, talking to other organizations, this is a real family-oriented company. And I believe that based upon reading the history of this founder is all the things that he served in the Navy. He was the founder of the trauma center up in Santa Rosa, and he's got a lot of experience dealing with paramedicine and trauma-type injuries. So who are they? They also provide helicopter and airplane transport, fixed-wing transport for critically ill patients. They have bases in Concord, Imperial, Lakeport, Marysville, Redding, Sacramento, Santa Rosa, Stockton. And their fire department partnership is in the city of Upland, California. They've been involved in that for the last 3 years. This slide demonstrates exactly where the helipad or heliport will be. It's at 110 Jones Road at the Fire Training Center. There's a portion of the training center that kind of sits up to the north that we're going to establish. You see that it's just adjacent to the airport. It's not around residents. It's kind of in the industrial area. The flight paths are ideal. It's a good area for a heliport, especially with the partnership. This is if you zoom down onto the top of the training center, that circle would be where the proposed heliport would be. And if you look to the right, the primary approach and the primary departure, if you can imagine where North County Transit is at, and you know where all those buses are parked, that's where the primary departure would take place, is over that large vacant area where all the buses are at. And then they'd kind of come in over the buildings of the North County Transit maintenance shops for the approach. So all the Humane Society, the residential areas that are to the west and the south wouldn't even be affected by our approach or our departure. They plan on putting in over $248,000 of improvement with asphalt. They also plan on putting cruise quarters, which would be to the north corner. You see that little, I think it says 38 by 30, triple wide trailer where the crews would be housed. The benefits that we get from partnering with this company is that they would provide the following. They provide the airship, including maintenance and fuel. They're also looking at bringing jet fuel to the Oceanside Airport, which would be a benefit to that airport. They provide the pilots. They provide the flight nurses. And this is also a good thing. They're providing a medical director, which we have asked to be out of Tri-City Hospital, which is our local hospital that we transport roughly 30 to 39 patients a day we transport to Tri-City. So it actually would increase our relationships with Tri-City and having a medical doctor that would actually oversee our operations. They would also reimburse for the leasing of our facility and the cruise quarters and also the storage. They would reimburse us for administrative management of the program, and then they would also reimburse us for positions, which would include all cost. We don't have to actually hire firefighters. We can just take those reimbursable monies and use the current staffing that we have to staff the helicopter. The benefits that we also get is that it's a faster service based upon it being in our city. We have shorter turnaround times. First responders return to service more rapidly because of the shorter turnaround times. It would reduce response times. Our engine companies would be freed up quicker because they're here at the site. They don't have to fly in. We don't have to wait for them. They would also provide free clinical education for our personnel. And then they would also provide a command platform. This command platform could be used for wildland situations in the riverbed where we'd want to get a look at where the fire might be heading, so we'd send a helicopter up. We would command it at that point. If something did happen and needed to be available, we could make it available. I wouldn't see us using this a tremendous amount, but it's just an extra asset that we don't have currently in our city. They are going to, like I said earlier, put in $248,000 of permanent improvements to the site. We actually have direct access to the aeromedical staff, which we don't have today. We have more of a involvement of local control. That greatly reduces weather restrictions based upon their estimates of the helipad itself. They can get probably going to have a ceiling of less than 300 feet. But the good thing about this as well is that there's times where the weather is good here and it's not good at Palomar or vice versa. And for most of the time, a helicopter can take off in lower ceilings than it can land in lower ceilings. So having a helicopter here is a benefit for us. It also will serve other North County departments. It provides competition for the current provider, and there is no fiscal impact to the city of Oceanside. They also are offering a membership program, and they are also offering revenue sharing in that. And this basically, if you look at all those dots throughout the United States, that would say that if you buy into their membership and you're injured and you need air transportation, they would be there to cover that cost for that air ship that flies you to the hospital. They're also willing in the contract to give 5% of each membership that goes back to the general fund. And I'm actually going to ask council to allocate that towards the El Corazon project so that we can maybe get the public excited about this. They get a little something, and it also helps out a need that I know we have for the El Corazon area. I believe this is an outstanding opportunity for a public-private partnership. I did get a recommendation from the Police and Fire Commission, and I am certainly recommending it, and I'm available for questions on the sidebar. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Why don't you have a seated sidebar, because we'll probably have some speakers.
We have 7 members of the public wishing to speak on this item. First, we have Larry Hall.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Council members. I'm Larry Hall, representing Mercy Air Methods. Current address for the headquarters and our organization here in California is 1670 Miro Way, Rialto. First of all, I'd like to take the opportunity to be able to speak with you. We at Mercy Air have been serving this community for well over 20 years. In that time, as me being new in leadership to this role, we have served the community without any impact except to the direct user, meaning we bill the patient only. During this time, and us as new leadership coming into this region, we met with the chief and other members of the board to discuss and introduce ourselves. What we would like as Mercy Air is, if the citizens of Oceanside feel that this is what is best in the interest, that we would like the opportunity to develop and offer a model that would be consistent and fair, and allow you as members to be able to decide what is the best in the interest of citizens of Oceanside. When we met with everybody, and it was reiterated in a newspaper article, there were no issues with Mercy Air. And we were just wondering if that was the case, why we weren't afforded the opportunity to present our model to the public opinion. Again, we will be available for any questions. We have a membership program as also. We'll be more than happy to represent and place any information you would like to need, and still continue to partner and service this area. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir.
Next, we have Joe Godersky.
Good evening.
Good evening. Honorable Mayor, Deputy Mayor, City Council members, my name is Joe Gardeski, Oceanside resident. My address is 1597 Ridgeway Street. As a businessman in the private sector, you'll rarely see me make an appearance at a City Council meeting, but I do feel compelled to offer a few points of consideration today in favor of the agreement proposed by the Fire Department with Reach Air Medical Services. First, I believe that our city has an exceptional fire department that looks out for the residents of Oceanside, and we can trust their judgment. In addition to effectively handling fire-related and emergency response services to the community, in recent years the fire department has improved its transparency, public outreach, and educational efforts within the community to the credit of our fire chief and his chain of command. As a result, my wife and I were inspired to become more deeply involved with the Oceanside CERT volunteer organization. Through CERT, we're now better prepared to provide initial support for ourselves, our families, and our neighbors during widespread emergencies or disasters, while first responders are busy tending to more critical issues. Through this involvement, and this is the point, we have come to better know our city and develop a high level of trust in our fire department and in its leadership. Secondly, fire department experience should count for a lot when considering their proposal. In 2008, the fire department responded to almost 16,000 service calls, and here 4 years later, this has grown to almost 18,000. Now, many of these, most if not all of them, most of those are emergency medical services responses. So what does that tell me? It tells me that our paramedic, firefighter personnel live in a real-life, on-the-job classroom, none better, and probably have experience and training second to none. So as a resident of Oceanside, who am I going to listen to when a recommendation is made regarding emergency air medical services? The real-life voice of experience, our fire department. Thirdly, and perhaps most important of all to the community, the agreement would elevate the level of air medical support. That's my opinion. The staff report, however, cited 269 aeromedical transports in 2012 to local trauma centers. Personally speaking, if myself or one of my loved ones was seriously sick or injured, I would want to know that the paramedic climbing aboard that helicopter to tend me while en route to the trauma center was one of our own fire department trained paramedics. That's a confidence factor. I'd also want to know that the medical director was personally selected by the fire department and that a helicopter was based nearby within our city at a fire department site, and that the helicopter, by being based at the fire department site, might have more flexibility in getting airborne under low ceiling conditions rather than be grounded until the ceiling lifts. The agreement provides these benefits. In summary, I ask that you approve the air medical services solution that will be available when needed, faster to respond and deliver, and operate under a more seamless umbrella of fire department coordination and care. If the financial case is positive or even marginal, then the question for City Council is not why should we approve the proposal, but why didn't we have the chance to approve this sooner? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next, we have Ken Crossman.
Honorable Mayor, Honorable Deputy Mayor, and Honorable City Council members. Ken Crossman, 199 Lupine Way. I'm also the current chair of the City Police and Fire Commission, and I come before you this afternoon to convey the Commission's unanimous approval and recommendation that Council adopt the policy or the agenda and the policy presented by Chief Hebert. Fortunately for us, the Chief was present at last month's Police and Fire Commission meeting, made a lengthy and very professional presentation, and recommended approval. After some discussion, Commission agreed with the Chief. Of concern to the Commission was the service to the community. Currently, air support for medical purposes comes out of Palomar or Gillespie. Response time can be up to 20 minutes to 30 minutes or longer. To have a medical helicopter based in Oceanside will benefit the citizens of Oceanside, release first responders much more quickly, and transport those seriously injured and critical people to the appropriate medical facility. The Chief has assured me, and I have no reason to doubt, that the cost to the city would be cost neutral. It would not cost us anything. I strongly encourage Council to approve the Chief's proposal and recommendation, and I think it would benefit the city and the citizens of this fair community quite well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Mark J. Donahue.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, City Council members.
You can adjust that mic the way you feel comfortable.
My name is Mark Donahue. I live at 124 Canyon Creek Way, Oceanside 92057. As things stand right now, I oppose this decision. I'm an Oceanside resident, as I said. I'm also a flight paramedic and supervisor for Mercy Air in Riverside County. That being said, if I were in your position, I would expect that you would be somewhat skeptical of my decision to speak on this objectively. So I want to address that up front. I don't own a single share of Air Methods stock. It's not because I don't believe in the company, it's because I can't afford it. But I work in a different county, so if both San Diego bases were to close, it wouldn't affect me one way or the other. My job is secure. Bottom line, I have no vested interest from a financial or business standpoint, whichever direction this goes. I stand before you as a concerned husband and a father. I think that the chief made a very persuasive speech, as did the other speakers, but the one piece that's been missing that I haven't heard is what about the patient? That's what concerns me. Your decision has a tremendous impact on the livelihood of my wife and best friend of 15 years, Katie, my 2 daughters, and that's what this is all about. I identify most with being a father, not so much as being a flight paramedic. I absolutely love that, and that's why I'm here. The only thing that I care about is that in the event that my wife or daughters were gravely ill or injured, that they receive the highest level of care out there. And I don't think that that threshold has been met. There hasn't been any apples-to-apples comparison yet that I've heard anybody discuss. And that's, at the end of the day, that's what the helicopter is there for. It appears as though the cart has been placed ahead of the horse in this case. We can't, I'm not certain that anybody in this room can sit here and say that REACH is going to provide better clinical care than Mercy Air because there has not been a comparison. That's the big piece that's been overlooked here. I'm not saying that I oppose it. If someone were to be able to come in here and deliver a better product for my wife and my daughters, I don't care what uniform they wore. If it was going to make them safer, I would welcome them with open arms. But that threshold has not been met yet. And so I don't feel as though an informed decision could be made. Fortunately, we're in a position where we can slow things down, make that apples-to-apples comparison, and let the cards fall where they may. I admire the chief's innovative spirit. I think that that's wonderful. But some of the different components that he talks about, if it turns out that REACH is not delivering as high of patient care, then are those things really worth it? Because those things are few and far between, as he pointed out himself. The bottom line, the helicopter is being utilized for the most critically ill and injured patients. And we owe it to ourselves. I owe it to my daughters. That's why I'm here. I just got out of surgery, but this is something that I'm very passionate about. It affects the livelihood of my loved ones. We need to ensure that the Oceanside citizens are receiving the best clinical care possible. And as far as some of these other resources, they are still available out there. Just the other day, there was a helicopter flying above my house announcing that there was a gentleman with special needs. So the resources are out there without... does that mean I'm done? Okay. Thank you so much for your time.
One last question, if I
Yes,
may.
sir.
Did you say you're a paramedic or EMT?
No, I'm a flight paramedic, yes.
Thank you.
Larry Berry, you may come forward at this time.
I'm Larry Berry. I live on 3973 Brown Street in the city of Oceanside. Again, I agree with this gentleman right here. I don't think I have enough information. And one of the things is the city involvement, this partnership. It gets me scared is, Daryl, you've done these presentations before, and I've known you for a long time. I've known you when you were a union thug and doing all your thing there. But, I don't know. You leave out a lot of important parts, and a lot of important parts are things that we need to know. Are we going to be hiring an Oceanside fireman to be on the air crew on that? That's what I got out of the paper. And so that's something that I don't want to see. I respect these men. I'm a businessman, a fair business practice. If you can deliver a product, great for you. I also think, why going on Jones Street? We have an airport. You can throw a rock at the airport, and why don't we, set aside some land for them to go on there? There's an airport there. There's plenty of space and access. I live over by Tri-City Hospital, and I can tell you when Life Flight comes in, sometimes they're on a hold pattern, and the trees in my backyard are it's great for the apples and the oranges are falling, but the wind is blowing. They are loud, and they are going to make some difference. There's a dog park there. There's some flammable pieces of property there that are combustible. Why do we have to have it on the Jones Street Training Center? There's a fire department right there. So my two big objections are, no Oceanside firemen should be, linked to this, other than just, say thank you. Let them be a free market, private enterprise, do your deed. We'll help you out with the land and the airfield and a hangar or whatever it takes, and let them be a private entity. My own personal opinion, I think, Darrell, this is another case. I mean, we got that big old hook and ladder driving around. It must cost $800 an hour to drive. This is more toys for the boys, So I just don't want to see that. I want to see a private industry make a profit. You're going to make a ton of money off of insurance policies, but don't put it on the people of Oceanside where we have to have a fireman on this and somehow we're connected. Let them be a free enterprise. Keep the fire department out of it. The other thing too is I want to say is the dog park. The dog park's there. The noise, the air, the dust that's going to be flying around in that area. It's helicopters. In the Marine Corps for 9 years, I was an air traffic controller. VFR, as far as coming in on when the ceiling comes down, it starts to drop, and the fog layer. We live near the ocean. We're going to have a lot of fog layer. Helicopters don't fly well in the fog, okay? And you're right in the gully there. That fog gets it in there. So the two things again are, there's a fire, we have an airstrip, we have a field, we need to make money. This is how the city makes money off of that airfield. Thank you.
Next, we have Joan Brubaker.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Good to see you again. Joan Brubaker, 1606 Hackamore Road. When I read about this, I thought, boy, this is great, contrary to the previous speaker. I've had an enjoyment of their service minus the helicopter, and I have great praise for any paramedic here in Oceanside. I believe it will not only serve the citizens or people that meet up with a bad accident here in Oceanside, but there's going to be more motorcycle accidents because people are deserting their automobiles in favor of the more economical motorcycle. They do put themselves in harm's way. We all know that. But it is an accepted fact that the accidents and injuries are increasing. Not only that, it will put Oceanside more on the map. Believe me, we can use it. So I think not only will it serve a good service to the citizens and to the unfortunate people that may have a problem with an accident while they're in our fair city, but keep in mind the 241 toll road is moving ahead. Fortunately, I don't think they're going to empty out in Oceanside. Instead, the way the project looks at this time, they're going to empty out into San Clemente. We're going to get a greater volume of traffic, hence the opportunity for more accidents. So all in all, if it's not costing the city anything, I think we would be kind of biting ourselves on our own hand to refuse an opportunity like this. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dorothy Beer may come forward at this time.
Good evening.
City Council, Deputy Mayor, Mayor. My name is Dorothy Beer, and I live at 5233 Alamosa Park Drive here in Oceanside. As a continuous resident in Oceanside for 31 years, I've seen this city grow and prosper. I am currently the Oceanside CERT Program Manager training. In this training capacity over the last 3 years, I've taught hundreds of civilian emergency preparedness under the watchful eye of your department. Riding in a paramedic unit has greatly altered my view about the fragility of life and the desperate measures these men take to preserve it. We all understand that emergency and time is critical. I am in favor of the Oceanside establishing a medical helicopter to be stationed here in the city. Chief Hebert has carefully presented you the myriads of reasons why this would benefit our citizens. Have you or someone ever been in a situation that required paramedic assist? The conversation here this afternoon is academic, and intellectual unless you've experienced it firsthand. Sights, sounds, smells. They become pretty permanently seared in your memory. And as a citizen bystander, I've witnessed dozens of paramedic assists in my neighborhood and on a city street and on a freeway. However, twice in my 31-year teaching career, I have been aware of life flight assistance. In both cases, response time was the most important factor. To the panicked victim, school staff, parents, it was suffocating, unending wait for those paramedic teams to arrive. Those ticking minutes were an eternity. Arriving first responders offered hope to horrific situations. Yet, no matter how skilled these men were, additional help was required and transport occurred to Palomar Airport. Well, I got to wondering, how long would it take to transport an incident from Oceanside to that airport? So I asked a dozen friends to drive from various points around Oceanside to the Palomar Airport. Trying to factor variables such as the fire department's ability to use lights and sirens, and assuming usual traffic, I concluded that it was an average of 12 to 14 minutes to reach the airport under optimum conditions. So we then took the same identical routes to reach the fire training center, and the average time was 6 to 8 minutes for us. By my observations, response time to our own emergency transport helicopter would have been cut in half, and I call this the 6 to 8 minute life advantage. When all of this is said and done, it really boils down to your vote. You swore to preserve and to protect us, and you decide our fate. I say a yes vote will affirm that you are willing to offer at least a 6 to 8 minute advantage for life to every man, woman, and child in this city. I'd hate to think of the alternative. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
No further public at this time. No further public at this
Thank you
time.
very much. Come back to the council. Councilmember Feller.
Thank you. This is a pretty important issue for our city. I agree with the speakers. Nothing's more important to this issue than the service it provides to our community. And frankly, I don't think Mercy Air or Reach are going to hire any unqualified people. I just don't get that. Chief, I have a question. You said in paramedic, in the ambulances, you're hauling 30 to 39 a day?
That's to Tri-City Hospital. Roughly anywhere from 29 to 39 patients a day go to Tri-City Hospital.
And how many calls are we handling a year? Do you know?
Well, in 2012,
All calls.
roughly 17,900 for the year of 2012.
So that's probably more than 50% of all our calls. All the calls you receive are going to Tri-City Hospital.
The majority of our non-traumatic patients, that's medical.
I understand.
Yeah.
I just was trying to wrap my head around 50% of all the calls your guys go on are
Transports?
transports.
Probably pretty close.
Okay. Well, I am very supportive of the REACH program. I had experience with my father, who was saved by REACH, he was saved by the paramedics that arrived first, took him to a hospital where he was stabilized and then transported. And, they can't say enough about the program. And so I'm very supportive. I don't think Mercy Air provides any less of a type of service. So, the thing I can't support is the use of city employees as part of the program. The current air provider doesn't use them. I would believe that that REACH would probably fall in that same line as they go forward, and I don't see a valid reason to just add city employees to the program. So I'm going to move approval of the lease agreement only and direct staff to make the necessary changes to the lease so that this can be executed by the city manager. And those are my comments.
Councilmember Sanchez, well, there's a motion there. Do you have a second?
Well, I'll second it for discussion only, because I have a couple of comments of my own, so at least we'll have that on the floor. But so for discussion purposes, I think we'll move forward with that proposal.
Thank you. Councilmember Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I won't address the motion at this point. I first want to, my initial comments are first directed to the Chief Darrell Hebert. Chief Hebert, I want to thank you for being so creative and thinking about our citizens. This is an absolutely wonderful project for our citizens. When we think about, and I've had to deal with this myself, emergencies and how critical those minutes, seconds are to maintaining life, and I mean quality of life. Now, a matter of a few minutes or a few seconds could make the difference. Number one, life and death, but number two, whether someone is going to be so traumatically and so injured that they will require extensive treatment, extensive use of machinery, perhaps even potentially difficult to even ever take out of the hospital. These are all costs that are all borne by the citizens of Oceanside, by the citizens of this area. So to have such a project or such a service in the region and in Oceanside, which is the largest city in the North area, the most urban, the most dense, and having the most services, calls for services. We do have a significant number of roads, highways. We do have a significant number of travelers. And for us to know that that the fire department responded to 17,991 emergency incidents during calendar year 2012, and of those, 269 needed to be transported by aeromedical to a local trauma center. Those are 269 people who say they were able to say something happened and time was of the essence. Those would be 269 people that the community would be responsible for the rest of whatever lives they have. And to me, we need to do things better. We need to be able to ensure that we do the best that we can afford for our citizens. Chief Hebert, you have brought us a proposal that will reduce scene times, reduce response times, that will, in establishing a helipad at the Fire Training Center, that REACH will do $150,000 in improvements, that we will have direct access to our aeromedical staff, direct access. There's not going to be, having to retell the story of what's just happened. Direct access, a more robust element of local control, and I think that especially, the local control, is so critical when you're having to respond so quickly. I also really like the fact that we would have access to the helicopter for other pretty critical times, like when there's a lost child, and we've had those times when a lost child was never found again. And we've used a lot of police services in trying to find that child, either because of a parent or someone that was a suspected child molester, whatever. It is so critical to be able to respond very quickly. Brush fires, ocean rescues, that we would get free clinical education for our personnel, that we would that this program would provide funding for fire paramedics and management analyst positions. And as I understand it, the way you're presenting it is that we would not be hiring new personnel, that you can do this with existing personnel. So with respect to the criticism that we would somehow come up with having to pay for additional retirement funds or packages, that would not be the case. That this project would provide administrative management funding, provide the medical director, provide the lease agreement for the helipad, and membership program sharing that you mentioned during your presentation. This, how can we say no? Now, I did listen to the gentleman from Mercy. I did listen to you, I did. But I could tell that, you've got a bias there, and I understand that. But we've lived here, and we've had our experiences with the fire department, Oceanside Fire Department, and these are the best of the best. They are the best of the best. And I can tell you, without any qualifications, that this is the best service that we could ever get. Is a program that is a public-private program where we have control by this phenomenal department, Oceanside Fire Department. So, I appreciate Mercy, I do, but if we have a chance to do our program here and not have to, say goodbye or say no and then have, say, Fallbrook do it or say someone else do it in the region and that's it, we lose this extremely, extremely critical ability to respond and cutting down the times, then how are we ever going to look at our residents, especially those, I've just spent time in the ICU with my dad, 5 days. Actually, it was 6 days. Got out the 6th day. And I got to see, people coming in and out. And one of our neighbors didn't make it. Someone that we've known for 20 years. I wonder if he had gotten much faster service, if he would have survived. It is, unless, and I know that the folks that presented here, even those that went through the CERT program and are, thank you very much for doing that, because you are helping us in this, preparing for what can happen. So I can tell you, I am not prepared. And I feel so relieved that there are people who are taking those steps and ensuring that there are going to be folks out there that will know what to do. And that will make a difference between life, death, and will make a difference in the quality of life and how much this community would have to pay. Now, there were some questions about, or there were some comments about, well, why don't we let the private sector make money and let's charge, insurance. Well, those insurance rates then go up, and then we as a community have to pay higher costs of that insurance, and that's not what we want. What we are trying to do is at the most efficient, effective, efficient costs that we know that we end up sharing with the community. Everything having to do with health care ends up being something that each one of us ends up paying for in one way or another. So, Mayor, I fully support what the Chief is presenting to us. The motion, however, is guts out the personnel, basically, except for the medical director and nurse. I have a question for you, Chief. Can you actually do this without having personnel? As the motion stands.
As the fire chief of Oceanside, and I would say this, that I would not favor doing it at our fire training center with a private company unless the fire department was involved and managed it.
So your proposal then is what your proposal, and I believe your initial proposal was to actually provide funding for fire paramedic management. You wanted to hire, what, 4 or 5?
Yeah, in the proposal, it gives me an option of either hiring. It takes 3 people to staff the helicopter, 1 per day on 3 different shifts. They were providing enough funding to cover those positions, whether we hire them or we backfill the other positions in the fire organization, use the current staffing. So it was enough funding to provide those positions.
So this truly is, as you propose it, this truly is cost neutral.
Correct.
Not cost us a dime to save additional lives.
Correct.
Okay, and the way, in terms of the motion, would you be withdrawing your proposal for this program?
I don't know if that would be my option, but I would definitely have a conversation with the city manager about the fact that I would not want to support it at the fire training center if it was a private company. If it was managed by the fire department, which I have more control over it, that would be my desire.
Right. See, I'm trying to decide whether or not, because I would have supported, really, really quickly a motion to approve what you presented to us, and I'm not sure I know how to vote on the actual motion. So that's why I'm asking these questions, because I feel like if I vote yes, then I'm putting our fire department in a very difficult situation, and that's not something I want to do. I want to make sure that you're free to be able to save lives, and I don't need for you to have to deal with a private company that may not be able to cooperate, coordinate as well. When you don't have that control, and we've got this, it's like outsourcing. Outsource to the library. I mean, we would not have control over the library. To me, you need to have some control over life in these kind of emergency situations. You already have different. You've got the someone receiving the call, and then after that, it's everything has to move so quickly that to add another personnel in here really concerns me. So you're not helping me. Should I vote for this? Should I vote yes or not? Would you like me to vote to support the motion or not?
I certainly wouldn't tell you the way to vote. I'm just saying that as the fire chief, the proposal that I put together is that partnership that I believe that we benefit from.
Right.
Anything less than that, the fire department doesn't benefit.
Then what I'm hearing is that this is not, see, I don't want this. And I would have voted for it if it would somehow make things better, but I don't hear that it's going to make things better. So I'm going to have to vote no. And
maybe another motion.
Yeah, thank you.
Councilmember Kern, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Couple questions. I'm going to hopefully work through this as quickly as we can. So 269 transports out of 18,000 calls. So just for the people at home doing the math, that's less than 1.5% of all our total calls. That's what we're talking about, 1.5% of the total calls. Of those 269s that were transported, who made the determination to transport them?
The Oceanside firefighter paramedics.
Okay, of those 269 calls, who transported them?
Would be the current air provider.
So Mercy Air. right?
Correct.
And of
But
those
let me just say something real quick. The
Well, no,
269.
just answer my question. We'll get to it. I'll let you have an opportunity. I'm on
Okay.
a train of thought here.
I just want to make sure you
I know,
understand that.
Chief. Just let me ask
Okay.
my questions.
Okay.
You answer them. You'll have an opportunity to speak. I guarantee you. Of those 269 calls that were transported by Mercier, how many complaints did you file with Mercier about their service?
I wouldn't know that. Well, wait a minute. I wouldn't know that right here today.
Okay,
but
if
I
you
can
can get
tell
that
you
back
that.
to me, I'd appreciate it. That's fine.
Well,
I don't
we-
expect
we-
you to know all the answers. I'm just asking the questions.
No, but if you're saying,
I know is
though-
a valid answer, Chief. That's all. I don't know is a valid answer. I'm not going to ding you for that. That's
Well, I'd like to give you a more appropriate answer. If you're asking me if we've ever had complaints about Mercier, yes,
no,
we have.
I'm asking about these 269 calls. That
I can tell you that I know 2 of that we have had
on these
over the last
260
year. Yes,
In the last
in the last year. Correct.
Okay. So, and then, and I agree with Councilmember Feller, and I haven't heard from Councilmember Feline, but I kind of know where he's at most of the time on these PERS costs. Our PERS costs is going to go up $4.5 million just on public safety alone in the next few years. And that's not counting the new assumed rate of return, the new smoothing, that type of thing. So, and I did my research. I did not know that REACH is actually an acronym for Redwood Empire Air Care Helicopter. But it's not owned by Dr. McDonald. It's owned by Bain Capital. I wish that would have been in the staff report because I feel like you're a little bit misleading when you say, oh, this is the family-owned run operation. Well, it might be the Romney family since Romney was owned Bain Capital. But the idea that hopefully full disclosure from now on would be helpful. So if you could put up that slide of all the places that REACH services, could you put that back up on the screen? No, you had it, Chief. Nope.
Further.
You're getting there. There's. All right. So Concord, Imperial, Lakeport, Marysville, Reading, Sacramento, Santa Rosa, Stockton, Thermal, Upland, and Corvallis, Oregon. I have talked to Upland. I know, and I did my own research. I talked to Upland. I've talked to Stockton. Stockton does not use PERS employees. Upland, I talked to the Administrative and Services Director there. They have PERS employees, but she's trying to negotiate them out of the contract. And her strong recommendation is not to use PERS employees. So I have done my own research on this. So other than Stockton and Upland, what other cities use PERS employees on REACH helicopters? If you do not know, I think REACH is here, then they may be able to answer that.
Yeah, I'd appreciate REACH if you want to come up and address that. That'd be great.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. My name is Don Wharton, Business Development Director for REACH Air Medical Services. If I could hear the question again?
Those cities listed on the screen, how many use PERS employees? How many of those does REACH use PERS employees?
None of those employees.
All right, thank you. That's all I needed to know. So they have a service that can be handled. That's the thing that we can do this. And actually, to answer Councilmember Sanchez's higher cost and efficiency, the private sector is more efficient at lower cost. So going to a private sector provider, it's the reason that cities are going to find ways to outsource because PERS and healthcare costs are so expensive for the cities. So it would actually be of higher benefit to the citizens of Oceanside if we had a private provider versus a public sector involvement. So long term, that we be of equal or better service or equal service. And that we'll get back to the other service provider in a minute. The idea that Mercier not only has a nurse and a paramedic, they also have a trauma doctor on board. So the level of service is actually a little bit higher with Mercier right now. And I think because I think they have a contract with UCSD, and I see Mr. Hall nodding his head. So, and the idea so level of care is actually a little bit better. Not to say that REACH doesn't provide very good care. I don't want to make that impression that REACH, the standard of care is any different or any less. I'm not here to draw that line. So I am going to ask Councilmember Feller to slightly alter his motion that that the city manager renegotiate the lease, because with the savings that they get from not using public employees, we may be able to get a better deal on the lease. That was the only reason that I was a little hesitant.
So is there a time frame on that? I mean, if
No,
we have to
not,
renegotiate-
I don't see there's any need for a time frame. We're well provided for now. It's not like there's any gaps in service, you know, but,
All right.
and they can come back and negotiate that at, you know, this city manager and Reach and our property management people can negotiate that and bring it back when they're ready, because it's not like there's a gap in service that has to be covered.
I will agree.
All right, and I'll agree to modify my second. Now, Chief, you may speak. I was on a train of thought. I was on a roll.
I appreciate that. First, let me just correct the fact that because being a paramedic in this city for 19 years prior to becoming the fire chief, there wasn't a doctor on Mercy Air every time it flies. So we need to make sure that's clear. That, you know, there is a medical doctor that does fly as an intern occasionally on Mercy Air, but they're not on 24 hours, so we need to make sure we understand that. The 269 traumas that we talked about were the only ones that were airlifted. Many of them were ground transported because Mercy Air was not available. So that needs to be clarified as well. There's times when they're not available. The ceiling is too low, the weather conditions aren't right, or the fact that the ETA is just too great compared to the distance of driving to the trauma center. So thank you for the opportunity to address that.
I would imagine the weather and the ceiling would be the same for Reach as it is for Mercy Air, so I don't think they have better weather. You know, some of those restrictions of flight are restrictions of flight. So I understand that.
Well, no, it's easier to take off out of bad weather than it is coming in.
Probably a non-availability of Reach too. So equal. Sorry. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. We're supposed to break at 5 for Councilmember Feline. You want to go forward and let's go. You want to go forward? Yes. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I've been intrigued by this proposal. I've certainly been open from the very beginning that my main concern is going to be a proper calculation of the ongoing CalPERS costs. Since our city retirement fund had a surplus in 1999 to our most recent CalPERS report, our termination liability is $471 million of unfunded pension liability. When you add the unpaid principal balance of the pension obligation bonds that we issued, we have already accrued over a $500 million or $500 million in unfunded pension liability. Unfortunately, the accounting costs we were presented in comparing the personnel costs don't factor in that huge pension bubble and the ongoing expense that's going to have. We're still using pay-as-you-go cash accounting here, the same short-term accounting process that's gotten so many government programs into trouble. And I could give 100% guarantee that the pension costs that are listed here understate the unfunded liability by at least $100,000 to $150,000. And that, of course, wipes out the surpluses that are listed here of $18,000, $24,000, going up to $65,000. And of course, going out 5 years, that's when the 50% increases are going to kick in for CalPERS. And that's just getting rid of the 2008 scamming that was used to manipulate the corridors and the smoothing and the averages to try and pretend the recession didn't even take place. We haven't even begun to deal with the unrealistic assumed rate of returns, which are also going to require dramatic increases as they're lowered downward. And these, of course, are going to be on top of the increases that we already have scheduled. So, we're basically woefully underestimating the pension costs, so I'm totally against eliminating private sector jobs to create more CalPERS government jobs. And since REACH provides a service as well as Mercy Air provides a service, and REACH provides They use private sector employees, and Mercy uses private sector employees, and there's no problem with using private sector employees. And if we can negotiate a lease on city property because a new business competitor wants to come in and try and provide a better service, that's fine. But, we have a, pension bubble and what's going to be a pension crisis that's coming down the road in a few short years. And there's no reason to expand that crisis, to add to that crisis, to put water into a sinking boat by once again, eliminating private sector jobs to create government jobs. So I'm not going to support a program that adds more CalPERS employees, since they've, basically the wheels are falling off the cart, and they've not been responsible partners in providing, honest pension accounting. And so I'll support the motion as amended.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to take a 10 to 15 minute break before we get some things done for staff. Come back here, finish this up after we have some presentations. So 10, 15 minute break, we'll come back. Thank you, sir.
This program is made possible by JP Mortgage, serving all of North County. More information at jpmortgage.com.
Lots of activity today at the Oceanside Airport, now called the Bob Maxwell Airport. Local community people, politicians, and aviation enthusiasts all gathered to celebrate. Each had something to say.
We're here today to dedicate the airport to Robert Maxwell, who was a Tuskegee Airman, but more importantly, he was a big supporter of the Oceanside Airport.
It was 5 or 6 years ago when there was a movement to make this into some industrial area. But to Bob Maxwell and the support of a lot of the Airport Association, we were able to save the airport. If it wasn't for him, we may not even have the airport here.
Bob was a Tuskegee Airman, just one of the things he did. But his life in aviation and being on the Airport Authority, being on the Oceanside Transportation Commission, the Young Eagles program, teaching young African Americans how to fly. I mean, so Bob's life was aviation. So it's really fitting that this be named for him.
Bob Maxwell was one of those guys. He was an advocate for making this to happen, and he was an Oceanside resident. It's one thing for somebody to come from Temecula or somewhere else to advocate for their airplane who might be parked here. It's another one for have a resident in your own city come forward and fight for it.
You've read about him, you've researched about him, you might have not known him personally, but what legacy does he leave behind?
I think it's mainly perseverance and making sure that when you have obstacles placed in front of you, don't just cower back and everything, just accept what you have. Find a way to get around it, okay, and be successful.
The fact that he was a guy that fought through a lot of adversity and made it. This airport has fought through certainly a lot of adversity and made it, and his name sort of signifies sticking with stuff that matters, that you win in the long run when you do.
Now, with the change of management within the last couple of years and also the renaming of the airport, the future looks bright for Oceanside. These are all signs of life. What role does the airport play in the city's future?
Well, this is a very neat little airport, and it has been well neglected for about 20 years. And now there's a spirit and energy to really turn it around and make it a different place. We're in a unique position because Palomar Airport is becoming more and more active. They're going to start a new airline there. More of the jets are flying out of there. So a lot of the general aviation guys want to come over here once we get it ready.
Does the airport have the support of the city council?
Oh, absolutely. We have certainly 3 solid votes to defend the airport and expand it and recognize the key role it plays in the economic future of our city.
So you see a bright future then for the airport. You see growth.
Oh, for sure. We have our business. We have some people that are looking at bringing other businesses here. And I think once the master plan's implemented and we get newer hangars and a better facility, I think it'll be definitely an economic engine for the city. This place is a diamond in the rough.
This is really a jewel. You not only have a harbor in Oceanside, you have an airport.
Oceanside Airport has endured struggles of its own, but now, with the spirit of Bob Maxwell intact and turbocharging the airport, it is sure to take off. From Oceanside, California, I'm Marisa Gustafson.
Built in 1931, Oceanside's Americanization School originally served to teach Spanish-speaking residents the language and cultural nuances of the United States. It was designed by the brilliant Irving Gill, who has left his architectural footprint on many Southern California buildings, such as the Walter L. Dodge House, the George W. Marston House, and the Old Scripps Building. After its restoration in 1992, the Americanization School became a community center, which offers social, medical, and recreational service to this day. Now known as the Crown Heights Resource Center, this building still stands just a mile off the coast amidst a plethora of other must-see sights.
The time is coming. There's no escape from the day you retire. And will you be ready financially? Are you ready, dear? Saving for your financial future doesn't have to be a nightmare. Choose to save.
Every year, millions of young women try to change the skin they were born with and say they'd die for darker skin. Sadly, some actually do. Change your thinking, not your skin. Stop tanning. Learn more at spotskincancer.org.
Same reason, if you have a phone or pager, could you put it on silent or vibrate? We'd appreciate that, and we'll get started here in a few minutes. We're special tonight. We have some people from the city and the schools who say a few things and continue. I do have to say one thing. When you look in the audience and see all these smiling faces, that's great. But I also notice that by protocol, I have to one more time say, Joe, former mayor in our community out here, please stand up and be recognized, please. Joe, my good seeing, could you? I guess I get started. Some of our councilmen are be coming back, but with that, we'll have a pledge and invitation, and we'll start that early, but if you could stand for both of them. Go ahead, Val. Stand for both of them. When we finish, you can be seated. Thank you.
Tonight, leading us in the invocation, we have with us Pastor Brad Lambert of Calvary Chapel Living Hope and chaplain for the Oceanside Fire Department.
Well, it's a privilege to be able to pray with you this evening. Tomorrow is going to be the National Day of Prayer. We'll be praying for the cities and the state and the nation and the world. And so let's bow our head. And Lord, we thank you for this city that you've given us, Lord, and we ask that you would protect it. Lord, we ask that you would protect the firemen and the police and Lord, every aspect of the city here. And we thank you for your watching over us, Lord, even in the sign in front of this room here where it says, "In God we trust." Lord, we want to trust you, Lord, because we get to a point where we can do all we can possibly do with the human hands and our human minds and our abilities. But Lord, bottom line is that, Lord, we have to trust you for the results. And so we thank you for this meeting. Bless it. Amen.
Tonight, leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance, we have OUSD music specialist Stephen Traw with Laurel Elementary School's Recorder Ensemble. They'll be leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance, and then they'll also be performing a special piece for us following that.
After the pledge, you can have a seat, but ladies and gentlemen, I'll lead in here by telling, I was at an event for Laurel Elementary School just a short time back. I was really impressed that this group were playing the flute, all trained together and doing the song from the Titanic. So I thought they should at least come here and be live at the chamber and live on TV. I'm sure that's why they're here, to be live on TV. And for the parents that are in the audience and for the cameras and all the other people, you can move wherever you want after we do the pledge and get the photos you want. Remember, it'll be live on KOCT TV. You can get a copy or tape it yourself later on. But with that in mind, are you going to lead us? Okay, everybody turn around.
Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You may all be seated at this time.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. This is a very unique group. This summer, the principal at Laurel came to me and said, "I'd like to try an experiment at Laurel Elementary School. I want you to teach all of the 4th graders and 5th graders with every class together at the same time." So that means we have 70 kids in a room, 90 kids in a room at one time. And it's a tribute to how well behaved these kids are for me to be able to do that, because you can imagine what 90 5th graders could be like. So they're really good Laurel citizens. I'm so proud of them. Now, this group auditioned to be here, to be in the recorder ensemble. They've been playing the recorder for 7 months. and they're going to play a piece that's pretty advanced for playing for 7 months. I couldn't be more proud of them. This is My Heart Will Go On from the movie Titanic.
We have to take a group photo, of course, but ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for your response. This is wonderful. When I saw it, I couldn't believe they all could play the same instrument. For the rest of their lives, they'll play this instrument. So I think it's wonderful. So Laurel Elementary School, and where are you, Charlie? Come on down also. Charlie, you did a darn good job, and sir, what a wonderful job. I'm glad you could come and be on TV with us and do this performance. Oh, and Mr. Finn's a longtime family friend. I hate to bring this up, but what can I tell you? This is a fantastic. Kids, you did a great job. Later on, you get pictures on TV. Later on channel 18 and 19, you'll be on it. So when you leave, so wave to the people you want and your parents that are here. But anyhow, Charlie, thank you very much, and I think they did a wonderful job. And we'll let you exit. That way you won't have to be tied up here any longer. Let's hear it again after the vote, after the picture. Let me get in the back. Parents in the back, you can come move forward and take pictures, or Valerie, you're going to have to back up to the end of the room probably.
Okay, so big smile. 1, 2, and 3.
Maybe one or other cameras. Parents, get your pictures now. Remember, KOCT, you can tape it at home or get a copy from them.
Look at the cameras. Can you say when you win?
How many of us remember that song from the movie, you couldn't get it out of your head forever? Forever. Kids, your parents are having a wonderful photo op, aren't they? Thank you for being here. Thank you. Let's hear it one more time as they leave.
Mr. Mayor, that's my alma mater, Laurel Elementary. I'm so proud of them. Thank you. Thank you for inviting them.
Wait a second, but while you're in a good mood, I want to give him some time to pick his equipment. While we're waiting, I wanted to say happy birthday to Councilwoman Sanchez. And that was her gift also, besides having those kids. That's her alma mater, Laurel Elementary School, so they did it for you. Thank you, and happy birthday.
Thank you.
We lost a few parents, so there's plenty of seats now for somebody in the back. Come on down if you want. Valerie, please.
For our next presentation, we have Pet of the Month. And with us tonight from the San Diego Humane Society's North Campus, we have Michelle Quigley and Allison Sabino. Please welcome them.
Hello. Well, Allison's going to tell us a little bit about this handsome boy that is with us.
Hi. Get down. Sit. Thank you. This is Cornelius. And he wants to talk for himself, I think. Cornelius is a 4-year-old shepherd mix. He is been in our care for just over a year and is looking for his home. He is really well behaved on leash. He knows how to sit and lay down. He would prefer to live in a home with no other animals, although he does get along with most dogs. He just has a little rough and tumbly play style. So he's available for adoption at our North Campus down on San Luis Rey Road. Stop by and meet him.
Thanks, Allison. Hey, we have some exciting things to tell you about. So this Saturday, May 4th, is our 19th annual Walk for the Animals. Our theme is positively patriotic. So if you want to come down and have a great day, family fun, bring your dogs, go on a nice walk. There'll be vendors. There's a pancake breakfast. You can start registering at 7 a.m. The walk will actually start at 9. And festivities will go until noon. So that's going to be at NTC Park at Liberty Station in San Diego, again, this Saturday, May 4th, so please come on down. It's a great day for all. Something really exciting, we have just added an enhancement to our new spay-neuter program. So if Oceanside residents, if you're living in 92054, not only is it affordable and accessible, it is now free for folks in that zip code. And if you have any friends or Good stuff, right? Free. So Tuesdays and Thursdays, we do it up here at our North Campus, and that's at our Airport Road facility, but we do it now Monday through Friday. So if you can't make it to Tuesday, Thursday, you can get appointments down at our San Diego location the other days. But Tuesdays and Thursdays is our North Campus clinics. If you have friends or family in Vista, that zip code is 92084. So again, free in those 2 zip codes. Pretty cool, huh? And please join us at our affordable licensing, vaccine, and microchip clinics. We're coming to you. So if you can't come to us, we're bringing it to you. Next month, or actually this month, May, it is May already. Can you believe it? I can't. May 25th, we'll be at Melba Bishop Rec Center. Last week, we were at Landis Park. We saw 68 pets. So it's fantastic. We're coming right to your neighborhoods. We're one-stop shopping. We're making it easy for you to come and take care of all your needs, all right? Thanks so much. Come see us. North Campus, remember, Cornelius is available for adoption. Don't forget the dog park, the hottest place to be, right? I know the mayor's really proud of that. He always talks that up.
I certainly do. Ladies and gentlemen, if you leave today, this would be a good mascot for your group, family. I think it'd be wonderful. The other thing, the off-leash dog part, I go there all the time, separated for large and small dogs, 2.6 acres down there, AstroTurf, and it's wonderful. It's a visiting spot for everybody. And get down, it's usually a dog is just actually rolled over and fell asleep. Anyhow, ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't been down to the main site, look at the dogs that are available. Please do it. Plus, they have the second campus right off of Airport Road over there now by the airport itself. It's cats, bunnies, and other animals, and it's wonderful just to walk through. And I've been there several times, and I thank you for all the staff and the things they do. And look at this dog. It's absolutely a pushover. Thank you very much for coming. I appreciate it. Let's hear it for them, folks.
Our next presentation is the Mayor's Oceanside Business Member Spotlight. And with us this evening from the Oceanside Chamber of Commerce, we have Chairman of the Board at OCC, Jerry Salyer. We also have Board Member C.C. Haas.
Thank you, Jerry the Elder.
And CEO David Nidegger.
I wouldn't buy a car from anybody.
And tonight, our valued Oceanside business owner is Stan Quinn.
Come on down,
Quinn's
Stan.
Rapid Recharge.
Yes, come on. That's right. Well, thanks everyone for your attention. Thank you, Mayor Wood, for honoring business in Oceanside and all you do to help business here. Again, it's my honor to recognize one of the Oceanside Chamber of Commerce members where the environment and economics collide is no more appropriate than with our member of the month this month, and it's Stan Quinn from Quinn's Rapid Recharger. Since 1996, Quinn's Rapid Recharger has helped companies save money and waste by recycling and recharging their printer and copier toner cartridges. The process keeps about 90% of the cartridges out of the landfills. There's a lot of truth to their slogan, "We keep your business in the black and in the green." Stan also founded another enterprise recently. It's called Quinn's Rapid Websites. Stan has lived here in Oceanside for 27 years so far, he says. Married 28 years so far, he says. And has one son who is 25 so far. He's been a member of the Chamber of Commerce since 1996. He served us as a director and on numerous committees. For the last 10 years, he's been an instrumental member of the membership committee, and he's a past chair of that committee. He's also a Rotarian and a member of the North Coast Church in Vista. Since 1996, Quinn's Rapid Recharger has been helping companies save money and waste by recycling and recharging their toner cartridges. The process keeps about 90% of the cartridges out of the landfills. Please join me tonight in recognizing the Business Member of the Month, Stan Quinn of Quinn's Rapid Recharger and Quinn's Rapid Websites. Congratulations, Stan. Thank you. Thank you. And I'd like to turn it over to our Membership Director, C.C. Haas.
Well, as membership director, chairman of the membership committee, and just so appreciative of you, Stan. You're always there. You're always helping us with all kinds of things at the chamber, and we just want to recognize you and show you our appreciation. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Stan. You've been a good chamber member for a long, long time, and we appreciate that tremendously, and continue to keep your membership because we still need you. Thank you.
Let's tighten it up, tighten it up. We're trying to get you out of your shy shell. Come on, try harder. Let's hear from them. Thank you, folks.
Thank you very much.
Tonight, we have our last presentation, which honors the generous work of volunteer work by several different organizations. And we'd like to first call up Eileen Turk from Neighborhood Services, who's going to help us introduce the guests tonight. Our first organization that we'd like to welcome forward is North Coast Church at this time.
Okay, if I can please have Emerson Grimsby and Steve Dersing and the rest of the members. We can actually not fit all the folks that came up or worked this past weekend. This past Saturday in Oceanside and all over North County North Coast Church converged on about 6 of our recreation centers. They cleared brush, they painted buildings, they did numerous projects, over 228 projects around North County, and many of them were right here in Oceanside. And we, the city, do a lot, but we can't do it without fantastic volunteers that gave up their weekend and rolled up their sleeves and got busy and really helped improve our community. So if you just want to go down the line and say your names, because we have several organizations to recognize. Apparently Saturday was Volunteer Day in Oceanside. We had a lot of terrific people out beautifying our city. So if you can just say your name and pass the microphone.
I'm Chris Ferrante.
Emerson Grimsby.
Steve Deersing.
John Hass.
Thank you so much. North Coast Church, we truly, from the bottom of our hearts, thank you so much for all of your efforts. And thank you for not bringing all the volunteers because we couldn't fit them in the city council chambers today. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Tonight, we're also going to be honoring Rotary Club of Oceanside, if they would come down at this time.
All right, the Rotary Club. Okay, we have 4 Rotary Clubs tonight, everybody. So, Mike Curtin. Come on up. Okay, if you can say, let me see, are you Rotary Club of Oceanside? El Camino, wait a second.
So we have the Rotary Club of Oceanside, the Rotary Club of San Luis Rey, El Camino Real Rotary Club, and the Rotary Club of Carlsbad. If all those members would please come forward.
We'll do all 4. Okay, thank you all Rotary Clubs for coming forward. There are actually 4 Rotary Clubs that worked out at Heritage Park on 2 Saturdays, April 13th and April 27th from 6 in the morning till 2 or 3 in the afternoon. On the first weekend, they scraped and scrubbed and cleaned out at Heritage Park all of the buildings. And then this past Saturday, they continued to prime and paint all the exterior buildings of Heritage Park. And the park is just sparkling and beautiful. And once again, without the help of North Coast Church and all of the Rotary Clubs. And hold on, we've got Oceanside Rotary Club, San Luis Rey Rotary Club, El Camino Real Rotary Club, Carlsbad Evening Rotary Club represented tonight. And before the mayor gives the certificates, if you can please say your name and which club you're with.
Joanna O'Mara, Rotary Club of El Camino Real.
Vicky Prosser, Oceanside Rotary.
Gary Ernst, Oceanside Rotary.
Mike Curtin, Oceanside Rotary.
Antisa, Oceanside Rotary.
Pam Myers, Oceanside Rotary.
Ursula Monaco Sweeney, Rotary Club of Carlsbad.
Jody Coe, San Luis Rey Rotary.
Ron Rand, San Luis Rey Rotary.
It's a trick question.
Thank you. So this past Saturday was Rotarians at Work Day, and actually internationally Rotarians go out in the field all across the world actually and perform a day of service. And once again, the City of Oceanside and Mayor and City Council, everyone, thank you so much for all of your hard work. During these tough budget times, you're continuing to help us make our parks, our recreation centers, Boys and Girls Club properties, everything in our community, just so much more wonderful so all the families can enjoy our parks in Oceanside.
As the mayor representing the council, I want to personally thank you because you cleaned up some of my neighborhood too in there out at the Heritage Park, but the entire weekend seemed like somebody was from somewhere doing something in Oceanside, and we were thankful. I still want to have the North Coast Church come back up for the group photo, would you please? We need some more good-looking guys up here. We have plenty of good-looking ladies, so anyhow, can we make it done? Some of the tall, good-looking guys. I wouldn't buy it. Tighten it up, folks. Tighten it up, folks. Okay, that's how you get to know everybody. Yeah. Folks, they did a job for Oceanside, so let's really hear for them. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate you coming by. We'll see you.
I went to the gym today.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It's always an honor to do presentations and awards for people who do wonderful things in the city, and I thank you for that pause and delay. We were in the middle of a conversation regarding item number 9, which is the helicopter air services, and please, everybody, if you'd help me, who would we leave off with? Well, we had one more. I think Esther, your light was on. Did you wish to speak again, or me? It's up. A couple of things, if I may. When this first came forward for the air services, I listened to the chief and I did some calling around too, and so I found out this is probably a good thing for the city of Oceanside. We asked all of the employees to think outside the box, ways to make Oceanside better or save money or do things in partnerships with other agencies, other businesses coming to Oceanside. Chief brought this forward. It sounded like a good proposition. We listened to all the pros and cons on it, and I think it really came down to number one, public safety. That's what we're here for. What's going to happen in Oceanside, get your lives and families to emergency services as quick as they can to save their lives and other issues. But one of the things that originally came up was the chief said he'd like to staff it with some paramedics from the city of Oceanside. He wanted a partnership down at his location, his training grounds. So it was going to be part of Oceanside Fire doing this. The air services said yes, sounded like a good idea. there'd be no cost to the city, but when we thought about it, we said, well, there is some retirement costs into the PERS retirement system. So the chief came back today and indicated he would make it work with the staff that he has, which means zero cost to the city of Oceanside, staffing it with paramedics from Oceanside on their time and day off. So they could do that. No cost to the city whatsoever, so how can you pass up on that? So we had 2 points here. Well, the second one was the chief said, I'll do this what we have available and no more cost to the city to get a flight helicopter in the area for services. And the first thing I'd like to do is ask the chief a question, why this company? I know that's a big question, but simple question is, there's a lot of them out there. We have Mercy. Mercy, you do a great job, but like I say, I've been here a long time, and 30-something years as a policeman, and now about 11 years as a mayor. And I've never had contact or anybody contact me from Mercy Air, ever. I was a little disappointed in that for a city that as large as we are with the activity. So please, Chief, I guess you pick somebody because.
Primarily, the partnership that they had with the Upland Fire Department was a real interest in that's been going on for 3 years. And even though we looked at this a while back, we waited just to see how that partnership was going to turn out. And we knew that the resource would be used a little bit differently than it is here, meaning that most of our flights would be traumatic type injuries, not inter-facility transports. They offered this model. They approached us with this model. It was a unique model. It was a partnership. It offered enough revenue to satisfy my concerns, and that's burdening any more of the general fund. So that's why it would have been reach.
Thank you, sir. The other one is this cost factor. I don't think the public understands it. When you gave the first presentation, the original one had more fire department personnel being hired, and you changed it because you're trying to make this work. Could you explain that to me and the rest of us?
The positions that we're asking for were 3 firefighter paramedics to staff the helicopter. Because of the concern of the council members that expressed the concern regarding the PERS cost, I can still do this with the current staffing that we have today without any additional cost to the city. The numbers that we factored in with REACH cover all those costs.
Thank you, and I want to make sure people understood that. No more PERS costs other than what we already have, no cost to the city, no cost to the taxpayers. This would be a benefit, and what I look at it as a benefit is public safety. Not only the response to medical emergencies, but the use of the helicopter by REACH by saying if we need it for some other reason in the city of Oceanside, it's available. So I thought it was a win-win situation. I just want to clarify that. The other thing it really does talk about public safety and the response, and I appreciate the chief, no matter what we do. Every city around here in the whole state is in PERS, basically. And they all if I fired every single employee in the city of Oceanside now, right now today, I'd still owe PERS. It's for the people that have left in their retirement, so it's not like something's going to go away. So I understand it's going to be part of every city's life, and that's what we're going to do. But this is about public safety, benefit to you and I and the city of Oceanside. I agree with the chief. If we have a particular facility down near the airport, that's all part of the North County fire training, and you have a lot of outside fire come in here from other states and everywhere else to be trained down there, because Oceanside really is a standout in the North County. I'm saying that not as the mayor, but it's true. They all come up here for training, and this is a situation where if we're going to bring it into that particular facility down there, you should have some say-so. The city should have some say-so with our partners, which is going to be REACH, if it's going to be them. I don't want to, on this vote tonight, say yes to a vote, finding out that we aren't going to man it, help it, or do anything, and it's going to be an outside without us. So on this particular motion, I would not support it. Maybe a second motion, but is there any other thing you'd like to address? I know sometimes we talk in the back and upstairs, but you miss them things, but I think it's a good positive thing. It comes down to money. That's PERS, a lot of the council members about the cost. If there's not going to be any cost to the city, why not take it, is my opinion.
I would, if the council, if the mayor would allow, the individual from REACH, when he was asked a particular question, wasn't really clear on the question. He did want to clarify his answer based upon the other agencies that are a PERS agency. So if you would afford him the right to answer that again, that would be appreciated.
Sure, if you can come up. Thank you, sir. I'm sorry you didn't have the chance to answer.
No problem. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and honorable members of the council. I did want to clarify the answer I did give. We do have PERS employees currently with our Upland model. And our Upland model is our only public-private model as we're exploring this partnership. And outside of that, I think most of us are aware that there are multiple agencies in the state of California that have PERS employees in a public sense that are serving counties such as Los Angeles and even counties like San Bernardino. They're exploring also air rescue, potentially even air ambulance type models. So I think a lot of public agencies are in this position right now where they're looking for innovation, looking for different ways of delivering not only the same service, but I think more importantly, how can we enhance the service? How can we get more bang for the buck? So I did want to clarify that, and Mr. Mayor, if I may be so honored, and I really appreciate the council's time, not only looking at this tonight and discussing it, but I do want to share one other thing about that has not been mentioned, and that's I understand CalPERS, and I really do, because in my city, I am from Brawley, California. I serve on a council in a small town. We're just as affected with some of these same issues. And in understanding that, we're constantly weighing risk, reward. What are the benefits? What are the risks? I think there isn't a person in this room, or there's certainly not a council member that doesn't appreciate what that long-term liability is. But we have to make decisions today of what can we get, what can we weigh with that long-term liability versus what we're going to get as a service today. And I think one thing that's missing is the fact that if we can take what we're doing now and make it better, increase response time, make a difference. I know this sounds kind of cliche, but a difference in one life, in one response, and weigh that out again as we look long term. And I also share with you Mercier, which again, I've worked with them in the past as an employee. I have a lot of friends actually over here that are sitting in this room. We spend, Mercier and REACH, a great deal of money and resource training fire departments all across the state of California. And I can share with you right now, if there's a way to integrate that, where we're actually one, where a fire department, in the case of Oceanside, becomes integrated with a REACH Air medical service, that synergy, that safety, that efficiency, I truly believe will not just impact one life. If we can impact hundreds on an annual basis, how does that weigh against what that future liability is? So all I ask is just consideration for that, is that we would not be standing here before you as an organization proposing this if we did not feel as a partner that we can take what's currently being delivered and we can't vastly improve that.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Another back to the chief, and I'll try to make it as quick as I can. There's a motion on the floor with a second. I don't support it as it stands, but I want to make sure something. If we take a vote and 3 vote for this, it's not what I want, and maybe that's not what you want, Chief. I think that'll be the city going back to the table and negotiating with this company about what they're going to do. I don't necessarily want to lose this to another city, need it to be somewhere in the county, because I think number one, we can make some money off of it. Number two, we can help our citizens. So keep that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's a project with no more cost to you as a taxpayer than what we have today to get this service. And the only difference up here in the council or the dais seems to be, is the fire department going to be involved in it? No cost to have the fire department at that second level that you brought up to us. I think it's a good thing. I'm not sure I want the air services here in my city using your facility without your control or input. So I know, is there anything else, Chief?
Not at this time. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. With that, Councilman Feller, please.
Thank you. I have a question on a statement that you made, if you'd come forward. So what you stated about the service, does that mean that it can't be the same without the partnership? I mean, if you're stationed here?
Councilmember Feller, and excellent question, and I do want to, again, make it very clear that the two services, the one that both have been serving the community as well as Reach Air Medical, all the communities we serve, they're proven models. The question I was posing and some of the thoughts I was putting out there is, can it be better? And why I bring that up is in system integration, the amount of resources we spend as a private organization training public organizations, we have an opportunity to bring that together. It really comes down to this. If we have personnel on the ground that understands the local area, knows the weather trends, knows what the protocols are, simple things like location, these things become tremendous advantages and really ultimately can even become safety advantages for us as air crews. So integration, crew resource management, something that you hear a lot about in our industry. This could be part and parcel of really a great effort toward two entities coming together to improve crew resource management.
So you could actually hire our employees on their days off and get that same
Councilmember, conceivably, but I think again, quality of life, that's just such a question mark. Maybe does not achieve that same type of synergy and integration that I'm trying to share with you.
Okay. All right, thank you.
I had, before you leave, real quickly, I'm sorry folks, and talk about this. I also look at it this way. When you have somebody in a house has an emergency, they put it in a paramedic unit, and they're transported to the helicopter. It'd be nice to know that the person in the helicopter is another Oceanside fireman. For communication purposes, they're on the same page. I like that. The other thing is I want to clarify, and maybe I don't know this answer. Most people I see that get trained to be paramedics probably move on to be better jobs like a fireman. And so sometimes the people out there that if you don't hire the fireman, you're basically hiring off-duty firemen anyhow, because most people that are going to go to all the trouble to be a paramedic are going to move on to be a better job. Is that true?
That tends to be true. Again, my track, one thing I didn't mention is I come from the aviation side of the house, but it does tend to be true.
Well,
And,
I thank you, sir.
Yep.
With that, we have a motion on the table to vote on. If we don't get this one, I don't know where it'll go from here and what will happen, so please vote.
Motion approved, 3-2. Wooden Sanchez, no.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time, Chief, and Reach, I guess you'll be back with us. Thank you. Folks, I'm sorry that it took so long. I appreciate it. It was an important issue. The other thing is, Mr. Clerk, item number 10, if we could, please.
Item number 10 is adoption of resolutions initiating the proceedings for the fiscal year 2013 and 2014 annual renewal of the Oceanside Lighting District, Assessment District number 2-1991, setting a public hearing for the June 5th, 2013 at 5 p.m. to confirm the assessments and provide direction to form an overlay lighting district in the Rancho del Oro neighborhood.
Thank you very much. Doug, how are you, sir?
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, good evening. Douglas Eddow, Real Estate Manager, City of Oceanside. The item is broken up into two components. The first component is the annual renewal of the assessments for the Oceanside Citywide Lighting District. We have to adopt certain resolutions that initiate the proceedings, adopt the engineer's report, declare an intent to levy the assessments, and set a public hearing date for June 5th, 2013. The assessments remain the same as last year for fiscal year 12-13. There is no change there. The services will be basically the same. The second item has to do with getting direction from the City Council to form an overlay lighting district for a portion of the Oceanside Citywide Lighting District. That's for the area that is basically known as the Rancho del Oro area, and that ties into the villages of Rancho del Oro Master Homeowners Association area as well. That area, as you know, the property management company had asked the city to replace the streetlights there because they were not of the similar standard as the other streetlights within the city. The city said they did not have that responsibility. The HOA then sued the city. The city received a favorable judgment, I believe, from the Superior Court in February saying that the city was not responsible to replace those streetlights. The city, in an effort to try and create a funding mechanism for the residents of the HOA, want to get direction from the City Council to look into forming an overlay lighting district, which could create a revenue stream to pay for the replacement of the street lights. So what we're looking for in that second item is direction from the council to proceed with looking into the formation of that, which includes hiring an engineer, trying to determine the costs, and try to prepare the necessary resolutions to bring the item back for initiation of the proceedings. Thank you.
Doug, I appreciate you taking a seat at sidebar. I have the city manager. We've gotten so many emails on this over the last couple of years about fixing the lights. For us, we took legal advice from our own city attorneys because of the circumstances. With that, I know a lot of the neighbors don't know all the details, or maybe even their own HOA didn't explain it. Mr. Weiss, our city attorney, could you highlight some of the background leading up to this? It's what I'm worried about, and our city attorney advises is if we say to this particular group, HOA, that we'll fix their problems for us, does that mean we'll do it for every other HOA in the entire city? So that's our concern and legal advice and our concerns. I want you to understand that. With that, if I could have you, city manager, explain how this started and happened, I think that'd be important for some of those people.
Honorable Mayor, council members, as part of the information we prepared for the court proceedings, within the Rancho Del Oro specific plan area, the city approved the use of decorative materials for their street lights as well as some of the other street furniture. Those decorative features at the time were known to have a service life that was significantly less than what city standards would have been. Our standard street lights are concrete. These are made out of metal. There were street maintenance agreements executed between the city and the HOA as well as within the CC&Rs of the development that provides for the HOA to essentially be responsible for the cost to provide the replacement materials at such a time as they wear out to the city for the city to install. The HOA has been very or the management company for the HOA has been very insistent that they bear no responsibility in regards to replacing those lights. Even though the city prevailed on that court judgment, the fact of the matter remains that the lights can't get replaced. We have not had a lot of cooperation from the management company to look at additional options to replace those lights. We did make several offers to compromise, which were not met or received very well by the management company. So this action, and we're not forming anything, we're just going to start that process. There will be more than adequate time for other public opportunities to address the council, which would, if the council does see to going forward with the formation process, will result in all of the residents within the Rancho Del Oro neighborhood being able to submit ballots in either favor or in opposition to the additional assessments.
Thank you, sir. Could you please explain why we took down certain lights?
Certainly, we have ongoing inspections of a number of those lights. Those that were deemed to be unsafe, several of them actually fell down, and the rest of them have been removed by city crews. We go out and inspect the ones that are rusted significantly to the point where we think they're going to be a safety hazard, and we just recently removed another 32, I believe the number was.
Thank you. I just wanted some people out in the audience to understand that this is the choice of that HOA to put these particular lights in, part of their MOU with the city of Oceanside, and that's why you lost in court, is you agreed to it and that you replaced them. So now we're in a situation for public safety, what we're all concerned about, but we can't do it for every HOA out there and just for one. So what we're trying to do today, I hope you understand this, is not doing anything except try to look at what a lighting district might be for that particular location and what the cost would be and what would have to be taken to get those lights in there. We're talking about, what, 600 and something lights? And what's the approximate value per
The total
light?
number within the public streets is approximately 640.
The average cost of a light? you know?
We had gotten original estimates of around $3,500. That includes the light, the fixtures, and the installation costs. But again, until we go through a process and actually put it out to bid, we won't know for sure.
I just wanted some of you out there to understand what's going on. We're not just necessarily being mad. I think we should help the neighborhood and the people out there. Well, you'll have a chance here on this particular item to talk. How many? We have 2 speakers. If you didn't turn your slip in, you need to get one in. Go ahead, please, for the public.
Yeah. First speaker we have right now is Joan Hacker. You may come forward for 3 minutes.
Good evening, sir. Either one of the podiums. Good evening.
My name's John Hacker. I'm a civil engineer.
Could you pull the mic up? Somebody have a hard time getting it. Thank you.
Okay. My name's John Hacker. I'm a civil engineer. I've had a home here in Oceanside, homes in Oceanside for the past 30 years. And I've been in business, I've practiced for 50 years. My office is in Palm Desert. And over the years, I have done hundreds of parking lots for Jehovah's Witnesses in various parts, and we've used these lights. But I'll give you an example. I did the engineering on the Kingdom Hall here in the Rancho de Oro area 20 years ago. And I have here the light standard that I submitted.
We all saw those, yes, sir.
And I took pictures of those, and one of the things that I did, you'll note the note that I had to put in these, and let me read it. It says, note, keep a close eye on any exposed metal once the paint is worn thin. The metal is vulnerable to rust. Apply a fresh coat of paint every 5 years to keep the light pole rust-free. If they had done this, if they had gone through and maintained these light poles would not be in the condition they are. They should have been installed on a raised concrete. I took a picture, I don't know, you saw the one, some of them were put in correctly, some were put in incorrectly. The ones that were put in correctly seem to have weathered the storm. A few years ago, I had a similar problem on one of our projects, and it wasn't my doing, but so I wrote up a report on what they could do. This was up in Northern California. And in that case, you probably saw the things, they used the acid to wash them and go them down to and use phosphoric acid, and they can be brought down. And then we welded a C-section on both sides and repainted them. And that's been, I haven't heard, so I guess it worked. The point that we're saying here, the management company should go in right now and repair those lights. And the ones they can't repair, they should replace. I feel that they've failed us in the homeowners group in not maintaining the lights. It wouldn't have been that expensive. In the last 10 years, I have contributed $12,000 to their fund. Where it's gone, I don't know, but there was money there. And the point I'm saying, it is not the city's responsibility, I don't feel, as an owner there, for you to go in and do their work. Any questions for anyone?
None, sir, and I did get your information sent to all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jimmy Knott may come forward at this time.
Mayor, council members, Jimmy Knott, 127 Sherry Lane. A few years ago, there was public meetings held for a city-wide lighting district where the public met with staff and ideas were exchanged. Well, nothing really has happened from that, but the public had a lot of valid ideas, one of which was shared with staff, which is very good, which Camp Pendleton took advantage of. And that was using LED solar lighting. And what they did is they applied for federal grants. And guess what? They got them. I let the city staff know that the funding was there. Just yesterday, I met with some staff and let them know the funding is still there from SDG&E, from the PUC, and the Department of Energy. I wonder if we'll take and be ignored again. Because, once again, there is funding available if applied for. Now, the lights that we're talking about, there used to be right across the street out in the front here, a couple of those lights that deteriorated, where you could actually, the public was actually going up there. I can remember pushing on it and actually collapsing in on itself. So yes, they needed to be replaced because they were a public hazard. But I believe that this is not just one area. There are other lights throughout the city that need attention as well, and other areas in the city that need lighting as well. I think this needs to be just looked at instead of just for one area, to look at it as a citywide type problem. And I think that we need to take and look at this as a sort of a gestaltic type of situation, as a holistic type of problem. Instead of looking at sort of behavioralistically, we have just one little problem, we go after that problem. Because there are more issues that are going on throughout the city where there are underserved areas. So I would encourage you to take a broader look at this. And again, look at that citywide lighting district. I think it's needed. I think we need to look at our neighbors to the north. They were wise. We were not as wise. And I think we need to start being wise. Thank you.
No further public at this time.
Thank you. Back to the council. Councilmember Sanchez, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Do we have any information about whether or not there are funds out there for these special kind of street lights that are solar powered?
Honorable Mayor,
City
council members,
Manager.
I can answer that. We actually have a program in place. We have a contractor selected, and we have a plan in place to replace all 8,400 and some lights throughout the city with LED fixtures.
Great.
There are state programs and federal programs available. We had originally received tentative approval back in February for the loan through the state program. That loan has been suspended originally to July. Now we're looking at, I believe, December or January. The minute those funds become available through the state, we have an application on file with them, and that should be able to be approved. Our goal will be to bring that to you right away. Our goal was to actually start replacing the fixtures this summer, but again, without that loan program, we will not be able to do that.
Thank you. I'm surprised that we only had one person come up. Mr. Hacker, thank you very much for being here, for your comments and for the information that you brought us. But I am surprised that other neighbors, other residents from Rancho de Oro are not here. Hopefully they're listening at home. If not, how are we going to get the information out? This is, of course, public hearing, and it's usually done via the internet as well as by newspaper. But is there a way to also do notice, like in some kind of billing? Is there a way to give an extra layer of notice so that people are very aware of this?
Honorable Mayor, council members, we did send a letter to all residents within Rancho de Oro letting them know of this option. We did not have a specific date for your action, but that letter did go to all residents in Rancho de Oro. If you act to initiate this process, there will be a point where every resident will be provided notice of additional opportunities to come both before you and then also express their opinions on whether or not they want to essentially assess themselves for the improvement. So at some point, everyone will again be receiving additional information.
Okay, and this public hearing is set for June 5th. Is there a way for them to give their ideas about this, about saying yay or nay, by, say, on the website or by calling? Are there different ways for residents to communicate their desires on this?
HOA.
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Sanchez, the item for June 5th is the citywide lighting district annual renewal. The second item, which is to move forward and look to pursue a overlay lighting district, will take longer than that, so it's not required to be that time.
Okay, and how long will it take? This is part of this request is to spend $47,500 on an engineer to come up with this plan and for consideration.
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Sanchez, until we meet with that assessment district engineer, we won't know the exact time frame. We're going to try and do it as quickly as possible.
So no, you don't want to venture a guess? June, July, August, September?
I won't venture a guess at this time.
All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and move approval. I'm sure this way we'll get some responses back. We'll get some additional input, and which is what we need to determine whether or not the residents are wanting to go this route. So I'm going to go ahead and move approval for all of the recommendations that staff has put before us.
Vote. I'll second that. Thank you very much. Anyhow, Councilmember Fowler, excuse me, I'm sorry.
Thank you. In our backup here, in that letter that was sent to all the residents, it says members have been assessed for the repair and eventual replacement of the streetlights. And in this Villages of Rancho Del Oro HOA, actually it's an annual report from just 2001. That's probably 15 years after these villages were founded. But in there's a place right in their annual reserve reporting staying streetlight fixtures, paint, replace 20%, and a current replacement cost at that time they had budgeted $118,000. At one time, I saw and this was maybe 4 years ago, a budget, or maybe it was just an annual statement as well, that had $700 and something thousand in it for streetlight replacement within the HOA. So somewhere the HOA has, whether they've incorporated it into their $2 million reserves or wherever it is, it seems to be missing. I do have a question. Before the lawsuit, we made some sort of offer. Could somebody tell me what that offer was?
They have.
Honorable Mayor, council members, we had offered to split the replacement costs for those lights that were removed on a 50-50 basis.
But they would not speak to us, or was that the
declined?
Part of the city's proposal was also that the HOA would, as stated in the maintenance agreements in the CC&Rs, take responsibility for the remainder of the lights, and that was rejected.
So our offer was to split the cost of the replacement of the ones that are down.
I believe the 132 that were removed.
Okay, very good.
And Councilmember Feller, in response to your earlier comment, we did have substantial discovery in the case, in the litigation, about the actual amounts that were collected by the HOA for streetlight replacements, but we won summary judgment in the matter before discovery was completed. So we have some documentation about what was being collected, but before all the depositions were completed, we won judgment in the case and weren't able to finish that process. So,
So for those people that may be watching this on TV, I know that Vicki, my aide, has responded to probably several hundred emails and letters in various forms. I've read them all. There was a form letter mostly that we got. So I would just encourage the people to pay attention in their bills and how this comes about, because I think we have to come up with some settlement and some arrangement that makes sense for this. And as far as lights in every neighborhood, not every neighborhood wants lights. Fire Mountain, Morrow Hills, they don't really want street lights. So anyway, that's I will support this.
Mayor, council members, just one comment. We are at a point where we've exhausted every effort to try to work with the management company to resolve the matter. This would be, from our side, pretty much the last step in trying to find some solution to work with the residents to replace those lights. As we go through this process, it may turn out that the residents aren't interested, in which case there would be very little left for us to do at that point.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Kern, please.
Thank you. Question is probably of the city attorney. Are we looking to eventually have a 218 hearing where it's a protest vote? Or are we looking that they need to vote positively for or against this?
Well, eventually, you will need to take a couple of additional procedural votes. Tonight is just sort of giving general direction to staff to move forward with some preliminary steps. There will be 2 different meetings where you'll have to take some procedural votes. Ultimately, though, it would conclude in a Prop 218 voting by those who are to be assessed.
Okay, so they'll have plenty of opportunity. So I think it kind of answered Councilmember Sanchez's question. It's going to be a process, and they'll have at least 2 more opportunities for the public to weigh in. Hopefully they will pay attention, because I've been receiving the same emails with the form letter, and when I respond to them with a copy of the city manager's letter and what we tried to do, a lot of the homeowners write back, well, thank you, we didn't know. So I think the one thing that does need to be replaced is their management company. You know, I think ultimately, I think that's where the problem is, but I can't do that. Mr. Hacker, I see you nodding your head. I think that's something that the people within the association need to ask those questions. And if they're as diligent as sending us form letters as they are questioning their management company, I think we'll come to a solution. I got to commend the city manager and the city attorney and Mr. Edow about finding a path to a solution for the lights. So basically, if the people want lights, we can get them lights, but they're going to have to step up and pay for it. I'm sorry we can't talk to you anymore, but anyway, I think that's it. So we'll have plenty of opportunity to discuss this. Keep those cards and letters coming in. I mean, the idea, I would love everybody to respond, and so we can get the information out as much as possible. I think the more people know about what happened and how it happened, I think the better chance that we will have to come to a resolution on this probably within, I wouldn't say before the end of the year, but we will come to a resolution on it. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Feline.
Thank you, Mayor. As the only councilman up here who lives in Rancho Del Oro, along with the city manager, we're both kind of personally affected and have seen both sides of it. And, you know, certainly one of the first actions as a city councilman that I recall was when we discussed this issue in closed session, and the city made what I thought was a very generous offer, even though we were under no legal obligation to do so, to settle the issue and avoid the court case. And I think it was certainly irresponsible for the homeowners association to move forward with a case that was certainly thought to be at the time and proven in court to have no legal merit. And the homeowners association further doubled down on a bad legal argument by accusing the city of criminal misconduct, and the city won on that stand as well. And the city had the right to recover significant costs as part of that process, which we've chosen to waive in an attempt to put this issue behind us and move ahead. And sadly, these legal cases delayed a settlement for 2 years. And I certainly think, I think the residents of the area need to kind of now decide whether or not they trust the city to replace the street lights, or whether or not they want to rely on their homeowners association to replace the street lights. And I would certainly like to make sure that the city doesn't spend $47,000 yet until we kind of get a feel for that, because I think most people in the community don't realize that this is, you know, where we're at now, that we now need to find a solution for those of us who live in the community to, resolve this issue. I would also add that when I was a candidate for city council and this issue was coming up, I met with our city staff and the city attorney, and I got an excellent review of the case as the city saw it, and their opinion of it, and trying to get an understanding of it. I also contacted the Management Association to set up a meeting with them so I could get their view of the case and why they felt they need to have a reason to sue, and I was given the brush off. So I have to say the management company certainly has not been friendly as far as trying to explain their case, and I can say certainly since I've been elected, I've not been contacted once by the homeowners association to explain why they felt the city as a whole should cover this issue. And certainly it was all resolved in court in the city's favor. And once the city made an offer and it was turned down, I think the council as a whole had no choice but to go forward and not settle the case and establish a bad precedent as part of bad case law that would forfeit the city's rights down the road. So, the city made the right decision. We won on the merits on every single issue, and it certainly showed that the decision to resort to legal action was reckless and irresponsible on the part of the homeowners association. And I don't know, the decision in the court was so lopsided. I think the only lawsuit left is for legal malpractice against the attorneys who told the homeowners association they had a case. But I would encourage everyone in Rancho Del Oro to communicate with the city council and let us know, and also communicate with the homeowners association as to whether or not you prefer the homeowners association to be the lead agency in the lights and having it done through our assessments, or whether you want the city to be the lead agency in replacing the lights through an overlay district. Either way works, either way solves the problem, but we need to hear from you. Thank you.
Sir, right ahead.
I just wanted to note from the record that I did have communications with the Fair Political Practices Commission on behalf of both the city manager and Councilmember Feline, who live in the area, and they did give us their opinion that given the facts and circumstances here, that because we're dealing with the maintenance of existing infrastructure, that this action in front of you did not present a conflict of interest.
Thank you, sir. With that, please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, if I could, I'm going to jump ahead because we got delayed earlier. I'm going to go to item number 21, and I'll be following that with item number 22.
Item number 21 is a request by Councilmember Sanchez to direct the city attorney to draft an ordinance to prohibit smoking in outdoor dining establishments in the city of Oceanside and return to council for introduction of said ordinance within 30 days.
Councilman Sanchez, your
Yes,
item.
thank you very much, Mayor. Well, we did have a more thorough presentation before, and I understand we do have like maybe a 5-minute one today. I just want to start, if you want to start walking to the podium and then state your name and begin your presentation. But what I wanted to say was, summer's coming, and I know this is a time when every single restaurant in town is going to want to have the ability to have outdoor dining right outside. And some of our restaurants, it'll be a first impression. And I know that families really, especially if you're coming in with kids or anyone that's a non-smoker, they're not going to want to sit outside if they're going to be breathing in smoke. They're going to want to enjoy their dinner, their lunch, their food, the experience of being in Oceanside in the best way, and that is with the clean air that we have here in Oceanside. So go ahead, go for it.
If I may, Joe, or either one of you, there's a second podium, so you can take one or the other, and they're both wired, and please?
Honorable Mayor and City Council members, my name is Gina Knutson. I'm the Program Manager at Vista Community Clinic, and I'm also a member of the North Coastal Prevention Coalition. And thank you again for moving forward with the smoke-free outdoor dining, restaurant patios, and bar patios, protecting the health of all Oceanside residents and those that visit your beautiful city. You have a lot of tourists here. You have Camp Pendleton, so you have a lot of families that come out and visit the soldiers. So you guys do have a lot of people that do come to Oceanside and do enjoy the beautiful weather here and some of the outdoor dining. The last time we were here, we presented on the benefits of a policy, plus we had the Smoke-Free North County Youth Squad present signatures that they had collected, which was about 844. In support of it. And tonight we have a few of our supporters here. So please, if you're in support, would you please stand? This is pretty impressive. We had about 2 days notice to get the kids here, and they all came. They're all very, very interested and invested in this issue. I want to turn it over to Joe. He has a few comments to make, and we'll continue on. Thank you.
I'm Joe Collegian. I'm a.
Hey, Joe.
I have I'm sorry. I have a residence here in Oceanside. I am a manager, and I'm here representing the American Lung Association. I'm here again to encourage the council to look at a smoke-free dining ordinance. Please join the cities of the neighboring cities of Carlsbad, Encinitas, Solana Beach, Del Mar, El Cajon, Chula Vista, National City, and soon we hope Coronado. They voted 5-0 to have the ordinance.
Fantastic.
Have a ordinance come back to them that they could look at. I also want to state that please join the other 111 cities in the state of California that also have smoke-free dining. Remember, and I mentioned this the other day, 88 to 92% of the people in San Diego County and even throughout the state do not smoke. And there's a percentage, and I did not mention this last time, that are smokers but don't smoke in patio dining because they don't want to offend anybody or they care about secondhand smoke issues, which is now a class 1 carcinogen. Please make this a health, safety, and welfare issue for the people of Oceanside and those who visit our great city here. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Hi, you guys might remember me. I'm Dana Hosford, and I run the Smoke-Free North County Youth Squad. Last time I was here, I came with a big cigarette costume, and you might remember she came with her husband, Death. Because everywhere a cigarette goes, death follows. And we really want to encourage you to take this step. Tobacco is still the leading cause of preventable death in the world. And we just want to thank you for moving forward for smoke-free outdoor dining and to keep residents safe and not let us dine with death.
Just one other issue, if you don't mind. This coming Monday, if you're free, come to the 22nd Ag District meeting. American Lung Association and a coalition will be presenting the 22nd Ag District with their Smoke-Free Star Award, because this year they're going smoke-free. Thank you.
Thank you. I have to admit, the cigarette person was nice, but when you came here, I think about a year ago, and you had all the cigarette butts that you'd taken off our beach, all in jars, I was amazed and impressed, and I know all the kids that went out there and did that work. That really changed my mind to see how many were on our beach. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, would you please, the public?
Yeah, we have one member of the public wishing to speak at this time. Christopher Wilson, you may come forward at this moment.
Hi, Chris.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Chris Wilson, 770 Harbor Cliff Way. I smoke, but this is something that I actually support because there are people who are forced through, they don't have a choice, and those are the workers in the restaurants that have to go out and service customers that are outside, don't have a choice in the matter, and are forced to breathe in secondhand smoke. Were there not that consequence, I would say that this is something that should be left up to the business owner. But I can realize as an adult that lives in a society that my actions do affect other people. And so I think anything that'll help keep people's work environment safe and make the entire environment safer for families, children that want to enjoy eating outdoors is a good thing. So I support this. Thank you.
Thank you.
No further public at this time.
Back to City Council. I see no lights, but Councilmember, Mr. Kern came on. I need a motion.
Let me make the motion.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah, and that is, I move that we direct the city attorney, that the city council direct the city attorney to draft an ordinance to prohibit smoking in outdoor dining establishments in the city of Oceanside and return to council for introduction of said ordinance within 30 days.
Motion. I'll second that. Thank you very much.
Great.
Mr. Kern, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. I can't support this, and I'm going to explain why, and I'm going to come to probably another conclusion. And I've had these discussions with Mr. Collegian in the past. I think it's more or less freedom. The idea to have the restaurant owner make that decision whether or not he wants smoking on the outside dining portion of his establishment. Later this month, in fact, I think it's the 21st of May, I'm contemplating going over to Stone Brewery over in San Marcos because twice a year they have a cigar night where they give, for a price, you get a couple good cigars, you get 8 glasses of beer, small glasses of beer, and gourmet dining. I would like to have that available in Oceanside. I would like to see Stone down here have a cigar night where they can do the same thing. And I think having that option to have those events in the city of Oceanside is commendable. I think people will do that. So I don't want to take that away from those restaurant owners that choose to do that. Now, also, they have the choice not to do it. And if they feel it's in their best interest not to have outside smoking in their dining areas, I'm all for it. That's their freedom of choice. And I commend the students for being here and their activism. But as a former government teacher, I want to caution you to be careful which path you go down. Because your idea of limiting somebody else's freedom may sound commendable now because of the issue. But eventually the issue may come back to something that you want to do. You see now that they're trying to limit the size of soft drinks sold to the public. They're trying to tell you can't have a plastic bag. Society is making those changes away from smoking. So one of these days, you may be on the other side of this issue where somebody's going to try to take away your freedom because of a very good cause. So I've had these discussions with classrooms full of students for a long period of time about where does that end? And the last thing you want to do is have the heavy hand of government come down and dictate to you how to live your life where it doesn't affect other people. So there's a choice. If you go to a place and it has outside smoking, don't eat there. There's other dining areas. And then you're voting with your feet of going to a restaurant that doesn't allow it will probably send a message to a restaurant that does allow it. So I look at this as a different point of view. It's very commendable. I smoke cigars. I don't smoke in the house at home. I smoke out by my backyard and my fountain. I smoke on the golf course, and this is what concerns me, that if we make this ruling today, what happens to the golf course? Because there's a lot of people that go to the golf course and sit out on the patio after a round of golf and have a drink, have a beer, and have a cigar talking about the round of golf. So I'm very, very concerned about how wide and how deep this ordinance may be. So I don't mind discussing it, but at the present time, I would rather discuss it more before we start giving direction to staff about writing an ordinance. So I will not be supporting this issue.
Thank you. Councilmember Feline, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm kind of torn on this issue. I think Councilman Kern brings up some excellent points regarding personal freedom and the cause of, businesses making their own decisions. But I also consider that, my wife is very sensitive to cigarette smoke, and it's something where, when we go out, if someone is 50 feet away, she can smell it and she's affected by it. And so I am going to support moving forward with the writing of the ordinance, but in the meantime, I would certainly want to hear from the, both business owners who have outdoor dining and get their input on how this issue, whether it be favorable or unfavorable, to the impact on their business as they see it, how tightly, and also hear back from other residents of Oceanside. I'd certainly like to have the city attorney review the other ordinances in other cities and see if they're, extremely tight, if they're loose, if they have provisions for special smoking events, or, different places. So, I'm willing to look at this, and I think as a society, we're slowly moving forward to being mostly smoke-free. Certainly in the past, every bar had a spittoon, and that went out of style, and there's no spittoons anymore because public morals have changed, and what's acceptable and what isn't acceptable is changing. And my personal opinion is going towards a smoke-free environment is good for the long term, but I want to hear back as well from the businesses who will be directly impacted by this. Thank you.
Thank you. Let it wind down with Councilmember Sanchez. You'll be the final speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Oceanside does have smoke-free beaches, smoke-free parks, and I don't see that this is inconsistent at all with that. I am a very, very big supporter of the Constitution, and especially the First Amendment, freedom of speech, our freedoms. But one smoker will interfere with the freedoms of other people around them. And so for me, it is the greater good. The freedoms that count are of the greater community. We already have prohibitions on smoking by youth. So when I talk about families and not subjecting families to smoke, that is very, very harmful. This is absolutely consistent with the notion of not having this outdoor smoking allowed in outdoor dining areas. I hope that we do get support for this. I think this is critical to the health and safety of our residents. My understanding is that our restaurants are embracing this, and they did our job for us. They got over 800 signatures on petitions. They actually went out and talked to restaurateurs. When I saw Zell's name on there from Beach Break, it's like, okay, I know that this, she takes this very seriously, and she takes what's important for Oceanside very seriously. So thank you, Zell, for weighing in. You and the young folks that came to us convinced me that this is something we've got to do. And so thank you very much, and I hope we pass this and come back in 30 days. Thank you.
Mr. City Attorney.
I just had a couple quick questions to follow up on. I have pulled all the ordinances in the county. I think the Vista Community Clinic provided a model ordinance. I think it's been slightly tinkered with in different jurisdictions. I looked at Carlsbad's, which is, I think, the most recent city to adopt it. And I certainly could be back here at your next council meeting for introduction of an ordinance. But I guess one of the questions I had is whether you wanted this to apply to eating or drinking establishments. That's how Carlsbad's ordinance applies. So that's one question. The second question would be what type of public outreach you would like staff to be involved with. I heard Councilmember Feline indicate that he wants to hear from the public. Is it your expectation that staff would go out and meet with the public, or just to notice the public meeting for introduction within 30 days?
If I may speak, Yeah, I was just interested in just making sure we put out the word through the Chamber of Commerce, Main Street, Oceanside, our business organizations, through the normal channels, and just say, this is coming up. Please step forward if you want your voice to be heard here. And one thing I'll throw out, if it's been incorporated, is whether or not to have a time limit that, before 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock, it's smoke free, but after 10 o'clock, when all the kids are home in bed, maybe it could be smoking optional, but, just as something to consider.
The draft ordinances don't have that provision that I've seen throughout the county. What I could do is draft the ordinance and provide it to the Chamber of Commerce and ask them to distribute it to interested members, I suppose. That's one thing we could do.
All the restaurants. Thank you.
And I'm seeing that there's a nodding to add. Is it, what Carlsbad did was add,
My recollection is their ordinance, which generally was supported, I think, by the industry. I watched the public hearing, applied to eating or drinking establishments outdoors. So
Outdoors. Thank you. Sounds good.
okay, and I'm understanding that at the main facility of Stone Brewery, smoking is not allowed. So, okay, thank you.
Please vote.
Motion approved 4-1, Kern no.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have other business. If you need to leave, go right ahead. Joe, thank you for being here with all these wonderful people. I appreciate it. And as we're waiting, Mr. Clerk, item 22 next, please.
Item number 22 is a City Council consideration of a $60,000 loan to the Star Theater and direction to staff.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Mayor, council members, during your April 17th meeting, you had heard from representatives from the Star Theater asking about city assistance for replacing their marquee. They had indicated they were interested in a $60,000 loan from the city. You had directed us to put it on your next available agenda, which is this agenda. You have just a brief memo outlining the potential loan terms, which would be roughly 7 years at 3% interest. With that would conclude my presentation. I believe Bill is here from the Star Theater as well.
Thank you. Please, public.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. I addressed you a couple of weeks ago about the issue, and we did get some press out of that, which was pretty exciting. And I did see, there are two sides to every question to be debated, and particularly tonight, I could see some of the difficult questions which you were faced with. But I'd like to make this easy for you. And I'd like to do that by directing my comments to a couple of things which I have heard. And part of it's a bit of an historic lesson. One of the items which I heard was, why do we want to give this money to the Star when we could use this money to solve the gang problem? That's one of the things I've seen in print. I've seen, didn't the Star get a $300 forgiveness of debt sometime in the past? So I'd like to address both of those. The second one. The $300,000. In 1987, 1988, and 1989, the Star Theater still had 986 seats in its auditorium, but most of the people who attended that were watching seedy movies. As you may recall, that was kind of the dark side of the Star. And they were showing blue movies, adult movies, R-rated movies, certainly not the thing you want directly next to City Hall. And so the Star Theater was virtually unavailable to anybody unless they met with the city's requirements. And the city said, okay, we would really like to have a performing arts center as the only type of business in that building. And Poinsettia Center for the Arts were looking to develop a location, and what they did, they were planning to build in an area which is now close to the Forum in Encinitas area, and they ran into the Star, and it was already built and it was ready, and they had an ongoing tremendous theatrical program for both children and adults. And the city said, I tell you what, if you'll buy this building and put this business in there, if you're still operating 5 years from now, you get $300,000 back. Now, the actual dollar amounts involved in this, the building itself was 900 and some thousand, and then 350,000 needed to be used to change the interior because we had 980 uncomfortable seats. And so they had to do two things: put in a performing arts stage, which was much larger than what would be required for a movie screen, and then they had to put in these great seats. So they did that, and they spent $350,000 refurbishing it and so forth. And the Star has been a genuine a diamond in the community of Oceanside. It is recognized countywide, and even people from Orange County and San Clemente and everywhere come down to see our shows or perform in our shows and so forth. It has met all of its commitments. Within the first 5 years, it was still operating. We're 12 years operating now, and one of the very few community theaters which operate in the black. You probably know of the stories of Escondido and of El Cajon. El Cajon considered tearing their major theater down because they couldn't make it go, and enough citizens came along to do something about it. Well, the Star Theater, without a doubt, has been performing quality shows, and people appreciate that, and we do it well. The thing is, we're dealing with a building which was built in 1956.
That was a very good year.
It was. And the good thing about the theater is that the maintenance which was required in order to keep that building going has been paid. We keep doing the things which are required, but we would leave the things that are more decor to after we took care of the essential items. And some of those items, we just refurbished our lobby. We took care of the green room and made some improvements so that the adults and kids, when they're changing into costumes, don't provide, so it provides privacy from the people walking by in the street and so forth. So now we've got this sign, which for years has been very ineffective, 12 years to be specific. It hasn't operated to its capacity until that period of time. It certainly is anything but energy efficient. And we've had two major sign companies come out to tell us what it would cost to refurbish this sign. It's not replace it, it's not change it, just bring it back to how great it was in 1956, except with all of the things that make it operate efficiently, cost effectively, and so it works the way it's supposed to work. And we had two bids, and they were both in excess of $100,000. That's a lot of money to raise. Well, as we reported to you 2 weeks ago, we had $45,000, which was raised by contributors, and many of these people don't even live in Oceanside, but they recognize this Star truly is a gem along North Coast area. And so the concern that we have, we obviously want it repaired right. We want it to look good, and we think you should want it to look good too. Now, we have, I mentioned 2 weeks ago, $45,000. As of today, I think we have $47,600. So the dollars are coming in, and I think we got another $100 in the newspaper. But the thing about this sign, we can raise the money. We can get it done, but not in time for our important 125th celebration of the city of Oceanside. On that Saturday, I'm sure you'll all be there. We have a black tie preferred event at the City Mall right outside the door here, a great band provided by the Star Theater, and so many other wonderful things going on to celebrate 125 years in this city. But you know, as the people come and visit City Hall, they're going to be passing by a half-lighted sign that looks closer to the Bates Motel than if you've seen their commercial, than it does to what a great operating theater should look like. We'd like to have this done. We're well on our way to making sure things happen. We are not looking for a handout. We are not looking for you to spend. Everybody wants you to spend. We'd like you to lend. Put your faith in the Star that we will consider and continue to be the successful entity that we have been. We have paid off the debts which we have had. We've met our contract obligation with the city, and of course you met that contract obligation with us, and now we just want to brighten up the city. I was thinking today, some of the benefits of the Star, it's more than the artistic district. which historically enhances a city. It's all about our children. Today we had these wonderful children playing the recorders from Laurel Elementary. And you know, when you have kids getting involved in things like that that are meaningful, and usually they're in the arts, they don't wander off to gangs looking for other ways to be accepted. One of the things we have a lot of children who are grown up, and before the age of 14, they're told they're not worth a thing. They are just a bad addition to the family, and people complain, and they leave, and they find other places to be accepted. Well, over time, the past 12 years, we have had thousands of children in Oceanside that get involved in theater, and academically and wholesomely, people who are involved in the arts do so much better. They perform better in school, they develop great self-esteem, and they go on to have wonderful lives. We just had a recent child. He's no longer a child, but he was a child to us. He joined the Coast Kids, which is one of our 2 performing groups. And in that he was homeless, he had no parents who cared for him at all, came to the Star Theater. Within 2 years, he had a leading role, and he's now at Mira Mesa College. Now, this is a student who would have been a great candidate for a gang, but he came to an area much more meaningful than he would have had without the arts. This Friday, May 3rd, we are starting a 2-week performance of Beauty and the Beast. We have 80 children on that stage, and most of them are residents of Oceanside, and 50% of them have never been on a stage before in their life. You will see them in years to come as they progress to other roles and so forth. This is such an important part. When people come to our city and they go down Coast Highway and they go 3 blocks north of Mission and travel down, what do you see? Well, right now you see you do see the Star Theater, half of the marquee working and so forth. On the right, you see a wonderful building which was built about 5 years ago, still vacant. All of the vacant storefronts still there. You go a little further, a lot of rundown businesses and so forth. Would you open a business where all of your neighbors have a vacant commercial space? Let's spruce up. If you ever go into a mall and you go shopping and a business closes, what do? They put a graphic on the store window so you don't see blight, you don't see vacancy. Let's encourage other businesses to get involved in the city of Oceanside, and I know it's a decision that you have to make. Weigh the benefits. I think the benefits are there. I will tell you, if you can't do it, I will raise it, but I'd really like to raise it in time for our birthday celebration. And I want to thank every one of you for listening to me. I know you didn't need any more minutes in those chairs after tonight's meeting.
It's my birthday. I want to get out there.
There you go, and thank you, and feliz cumpleaños a usted. Thank you very much for your attention. If you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer.
I'm going to ask you to have a seat at sidebar right next to our city treasurer while we go into this, and ask the clerk, public, have any?
Yes, we have one member of the public wishing to speak on this item. Ms. Ann M. Schultz may come forward at this time.
She had to leave because she went to teach the kids, but you have that letter.
No speakers then.
No speakers. However, there has been a letter submitted from Mr. Imes from another individual, and it's going to be a part of the minutes, so I'll have that as public record.
Thank you very much. Back to the council. Councilmember Sanchez, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, last time that this was, when it was presented to us, you suggested perhaps some conditions of including youth from, I don't know, from the schools, or what was that?
Well,
I just wanted to.
I remember I thought it'd be nice if they do some of the blighted areas, youth, and hoping, solicit like Libby Lake and some of them in Crown Heights and stuff. And they do all the youth now, but it'd be nice if you direct some of your attention down the roads to some of our blighted neighborhoods. And I think some of those kids would like to be involved and be asked.
Well, I have attended the Oceanside International Film Festival and some other things as well. Feeding the Soul Foundation has been using it in raising money for our kids and other kids in the region, and it's a wonderful venue. I see that you seem to be giving access to the community, and I don't know otherwise. So I am going to move approval. I believe that we can come up with terms, that staff can come up with terms, because you said this is not a handout. You just need this faster, right? Right. And I think it would be great to have it for, when is the International Film Festival? Is it in August this year?
I believe so. And
Yeah.
already reserved the theater for that.
Yes. So I would love to see a brand new marquee. It wasn't always what you said. I mean, I went to it when I was a kid, and my brother got to pick what we got to see, so it was 007 all the way. But it's a great, great venue, and I'm so glad that we still have it, and that it's you know, is it in Encinitas? This La Paloma Theater just seems like it's constantly being used, and for us to have this here, it's just wonderful. So thank you.
I would second that myself, and I have no other lights. Anybody wishes to speak?
Is this a
Councilmember
person
Feller?
who wants to speak, Mr. Mayor?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm Mayor and City Councilor, and also Esther. Fenila Sila is my name. I come here as a military family in 1975. I have 2 children, and my husband was killed in El Camino Real motorcycle accident in 2000. And I also lost my son in Texas. That's what this is all about when this call take place with the government and former President Bush.
Is this about the Star Theater?
Here.
Are you wanting to speak about the Star Theater? Because I think we have
No, ma'am.
public items.
I can't stay too long. I already asked him if I can speed up because I don't see that many people here in the city. And I have a very
Perhaps
bad
after this,
atmosphere
Mayor.
of
I have to finish this item first. Please have a seat there, and we'll get to you pretty quick.
Because I'm under a lot of pain.
I know that, honey, but we're right in the middle of another item, and I can't just stop it.
I understand. I don't mean to be rude, but I'm just.
I know, hon. Have a seat. We'll get to you hopefully pretty quick here because we're going to vote pretty soon. Hopefully. Thank you.
Yes.
Have a seat right there.
Yes.
Sorry, did I hit the button
There was
for
a
you?
motion and a second.
Okay, and Councilmember Feline, I'm sorry. Was it you?
There hasn't been a second
Thank you.
yet.
I don't know the order, no care of it, but
Real quickly, there has not been a second on the item yet, though, so there hasn't been a second
the
on the item
mayor
yet.
seconded it.
Yeah, I did. Can we, excuse me, go ahead, Mr. Feline.
Thank you. I guess my question is, who currently owns the property? Who currently owns the property, the Star Theater?
They do.
Yeah, the property is owned by the Poinsettia Center for the Arts. It's a nonprofit organization, and this is our home, Oceanside, where we operate this.
And are there any existing liens on the
Yes.
property?
Initially, when the property was purchased, there was about a $600,000 lien plus the $300,000, which by contract, the city agreed to forgive if we were still in there. We owe presently $384,000 approximately.
And do you know roughly what the value of the property is in round numbers?
Yes, there have been 2 appraisals. There was an appraisal done by a bank when we refinanced, and because they weren't working with theaters, it was $2 or $3 million. But the last detailed appraisal we had was $7.5 million. It might have been $7.2 million, and that was about 5 years ago.
Okay, I guess I'm somewhat concerned because I'm hearing there's a short-term issue, but the information we have says you're requesting a 7-year loan. And I mean, the circumstances I'm hearing is that we should be talking about months rather than years. And with the building itself having apparently so much net worth there, I guess I don't understand why you can't get a $60,000 loan against the building if you're basically operating in the black and The interest, I'd probably be a little higher than 3%, but on a larger issue, if we're going to be offering a loan, we're going to have people out the door from every nonprofit agency in the city asking for loans to upgrade their facilities. And, as you're aware, we certainly had a lot of discussions earlier this evening based on the long-term financial challenges the city's going to have to face. So your organization, and to your credit, seems to be in pretty good shape, so I'm not sure why the city needs to be involved.
Well, you asked about 3 questions, and I'll try to answer them all. With respect, there certainly is huge equity in the property, but when you have a nonprofit and when you operate a community theater, and just about all of them do not operate in the black. Most community theaters require city assistance every single month to keep going. Ours has not, as you know. We do quite well, but it isn't a profit center. It's nonprofit. We have 2 employees, and 3, and only 1 is full-time. It's incredible that we've been able to do so much with that. Accordingly, when a bank wants to make a loan, they want to see that there's sufficient income coming in to pay that loan. They have their guidelines. Banks have been really in a lot of trouble the last 5 years, and they're on their tippy toes right now, stepping and so forth. They have guidelines which a nonprofit theater does not fall into. So they would not do a loan to the nonprofit organization itself. With respect to your comment about 3% interest, right now, that's probably close to 40 or 50% higher than you're getting on your money today. You may want to check with Mr. Weiss on that, but what we would, I guess the biggest thing I have, because I'm going to make it happen some way, I just would like you to be involved. This is dressing up the city. This is a very special occasion for us, and the amount of good we do for children is phenomenal. That letter, by the way, which I understand will be in the minutes, you all received it on your email directly from Mary Steiger, encouraging this as well. We all want the city to look its best, and this is a way you can help us achieve that goal. It's helping the city more than helping us, and I would just love your support on it.
Thank you. Councilmember Feller, please.
Thank you. I think it was about 98, 99, Jim Heiser rebuilt the lobby and bathrooms and was showing, good movies I was impressed with. We did think long and hard about the forgivable loan of $300,000 to pay against that $950,000 that you bought the thing for. So, I don't remember the exact numbers, but nonetheless. We have spent $300,000 on that building already, and that's where I'm stuck. Is it possible that we could we use reserves for 1 year and have that money back in a year? I mean, is it something that we could think about if in fact they're trying to solve this before the 125th birthday? But I do not. I will not go any longer than that. So, I mean, that's just where if we can make arrangements to have that money back by June 1st of next year of 14, I would be okay with that.
Councilmember Kern.
Thank you. I just have a couple questions. So I guess maybe an indirect way when you answered Councilmember Feline's question, that you've exhausted the private sector as far as loans?
Yes, we have.
Okay. And if it wasn't for this self-imposed deadline, would you need a loan? Because it sounds like you're doing a very good job fundraising, and I will send you my $100.
Good. And if any of the other council members would like to match Mr. Kern's generous $100 contribution, I'll be more than happy to receive it from you. And thank you. Appreciate that. As I mentioned, I'm going to get the job done.
Yeah.
I am a volunteer with that organization and several others in Oceanside, and I just see the tremendous results. And I understand the tough position you're in. But to partly answer your question, having a deadline of 1 year is really, if I were a banker, I would not lend that money to a nonprofit that doesn't have, if we had the surplus money, we could easily do that. We're having a fundraiser on the 7th of June. Please come and hear the mayor sing karaoke at our theater. That's got to be worth a lot in itself. We are going to raise money, and if you can't do it, I understand it, but we would not be able to pay it in a year. And the only reason for the 7 years was for a reasonable amortization, which we would have no problem paying. But I can tell you, as sure as I'm here, that we would try to pay this off in 2 to 3 years.
Yeah, I have a hard time because Councilmember Feline actually mentioned this, that it's a precedent-setting event for other nonprofits to come forward and say, well, you gave it to the Star Theater for lights. Why can't we have it for a kitchen? Why can't we have it for other improvements in our property? Because we do good work. And I know you do good work.
Thank you.
Yeah, and the idea, but doing good work and putting lights on a building are two different items for me. So you are, obviously you're booked out for a couple events this summer. How far in advance are you booked out at that theater?
We are booked out all through, obviously, 2013. We have already booked substantially through 2014. But remember, it's a nonprofit, so we offer events location at a very nominal cost compared with other facilities.
And what I'm getting at, having new lights or not new lights doesn't affect your bookings. No, so you're doing very, very well. So the idea of, that's my hang up, is that if we go down this road here, that we will have to face this with somebody else and says, the Star got money for lights, and we do just as well, and to do that. So I can't really philosophically support it at this time. I understand, but I appreciate everything you do, because we know what the nonprofits do in this community. They are the lifeblood of the community, and they support people, people without the means and without the access, and giving access to theater to kids is very commendable. But I just think there's better causes than lights. I mean, that's my hang up. And then if the mayor's going to sing karaoke, I think you will have to pay people to show up.
I agree. And I got empty the building.
But with that, I'm finished.
My point here is, and you pretty well covered it, you're certainly very articulate and explained what's going on. And I see the difference from all these other nonprofits. Things are tough, and we have crimes, and we have money being spent. I mean, let's take it 3 or 4 years back, $60,000, I hate to say this, for the average citizen, that's a lot of money. For a city, it's chump change. And what you said is you wanted to lighten up the main street by having your billboard and your marquee working for our 125th. That's why you came here, time frame. You'd keep raising money and you would get it fixed, not for the 125th, knowing that you'll pay it back. I look at it a little differently. You've always been there 12 years. You've made out, a lot of places have come and gone in the entertainment, live performing arts Even Escondido has problems. But you've been there, you've stayed there, you've helped all the children in the community, all the things you've already said. I'm not going to repeat them, but it's saying, gee, we wouldn't even come to you, but we'd like to light up the main street in Oceanside for the 125th for a loan, only, remember, a loan for this, and you probably pay it off before 7 years, but you want it now to fix that. I look at it like you did. I said, well, it brightens up the downtown right next to City Hall's parking lot, and it looks good. And the big scheme of things for $60,000, I support it, and I told you I would. Hopefully, I don't know how the vote will go, but some people are explaining their concerns. As for opening Pandora's box, we do it every day. We strive to open Pandora's box on a daily basis. And I know that's tough, but we also had to sell to a lot of people over the last few years, nonprofits, no, no, and no. And they may have been better causes because they maybe got right down in the dirt with people trying to improve things, but the small amount of money we're talking about wouldn't help those other nonprofits. It's not enough. You know, they need more than that, or they need a building. So in the scheme of things, to brighten up Oceanside downtown with lights for our 125th, you want a loan, I think it's reasonable. You're going to pay us back at an interest, and you agree. What people are getting on their money now is about 1.5, 1.7. You're getting 3, you're doubling it for us. And you'll probably pay it off long before 7 years. I agree. I still support it for the reason you said, and I'm saying we'll see where it goes for that reason. I think it's for the city and the 125th. You do a lot for the kids. We understand that. This is something to brighten up Oceanside. This would be like the old days when somebody came in here and said, you want to buy a bunch of Christmas lights to put on your poles to make the city look wonderful for Christmas. He went out and raised money on his own. I'm sure that's what you'd do. But you need it done because of timing. Few months to get it fixed, to have it lit up. So I'm not going to bore you anymore with that because I have a light on with Mr. Feller. Mr. Feller, please.
So you're saying the year thing you can't do?
No, it would be impractical, Mr. Feller, and so I don't want to encourage you to do that because it just wouldn't work.
Yeah, well, I mean I was dead set against even doing anything coming into this. So.
Well, think of the Main Street.
I was trying to get to something that you would, that would work in the short term, and I feel like we've spent 30%. I mean, we own literally 30% of that building without saying that. I mean, having given $300,000.
Well, may I say something to that point, because I think it's a very critical thing to mention. May I?
Well, it's not changing my mind, but
it's the other people I'm concerned about.
And maybe the people will hear it. We'll see it maybe in the newspaper, and the money come flowing in starting tomorrow. So. But go ahead.
Oh, thank you. I just want to make it very clear. This $300,000 was a part of the transaction to which the city agreed to. If you will come to our city and put on a live performing theater and are still in operating in 5 years, we will return or eliminate that $300,000. That wasn't a gift to us for anything. That was part of the deal. And so we've met our contractual obligations more than double in time. And so I wanted to clarify that.
But we didn't. You sought us out. I remember meeting with Ann Schultz initially with that.
Yeah.
Excuse me. One last thing, and we'll vote on this. We gave $1 million to the art museum.
Yes.
Not $60,000, $1 million, and that was performing arts and art over there. So they're similar, and so we've done it before in better times, I understand, but yes, we've done this, and not for a loan, but giving it to them. So with that in mind, ladies and gentlemen, please vote.
Motion fails 3-2. Kern, Feller, and Feline, no.
Thank you for taking the time. I truly appreciate your time, and Thank you. And by the way, you can all be my guests to see these kids perform the next 2 weeks.
Bill, I got my check right here.
Great, thank you. And I can pick up the others too if you like.
Did you write it for 60,000? Thank you, sir, for your time and your presentation. One. Already did 10. Okay.
Jim, can we get her items on the agenda?
For our sake, we'll go, for the people in the audience, we're going for items 11 and 12 next, but this young lady, you want to talk to all of us, or you want to talk to somebody personally, or what? Going up there. Well, Jerry, could you show her the mic over there? She doesn't have to get up.
All right.
3 minutes.
Well, as I say, my name is Fenida Seiler. I live here since 1975 to me and my family. The reason why I'm here tonight, Mayor and Sanchez, City Council of Oceanside, and I know I've been watching you guys for a while. You do a lot of good things for our city, a lot of hotel, a lot of park service, beautiful place for kids to play soccer and play Papona. So I appreciate, and I'm pretty sure so many other people that appreciate your guys' job. Why I'm here tonight, I'm here to bring it to your guys' attention about my son I raised him for 38 years. My son almost got killed on the freeway, I-15, to go take him to Aurora Hospital. He had a mental illness since this car take place in 2006. He almost jumped on the freeway. He was calling 911 for the ambulance to pick him up to take faster to get to the Aurora Hospital. And the 911 call connect him to the police. Day before, on Thursday, I don't remember exactly last month, the date. All I know was Wednesday. He called the police, and the police admitted him to Tri-City, and they decided to let him go that night. The very next day, my son called me. It was around 7 something. Mom, I hear voices. I need to go to Aurora. I went and picked him up, riding on my car with his girlfriend and her son, and my puppy buddy, his dog, all the way to our 15. He called 911, and 911 connect him to the police. So he thought the police would come to beat him up because, according to my son, the police hit him. So I don't know, because there's so many good officers and there's bad officers in everywhere. Doesn't matter where in the United and everywhere else in the world. My son said, Mom, I want to use the bathroom. He stepped out on the Highway 15, and we're going south. And he said, I want to use the bathroom. So he stepped out. After he used the bathroom, the 911 said, well, the police coming for you. He stepped out. In 2 seconds, if he was go any little farther, he would run over by the freeway. And I had my window down, and I yelled, please tell you almost gave me a heart attack. Can you get it in there, and we'll continue to take you to the hospital. By the time we get to Aurora, the police was arrived, and his girlfriend was meet him inside. Aurora decided they don't want to keep him, and I told the officer, my son almost got killed tonight. If you don't want to keep my son, as our way home, he told me he's going to jump on the freeway, and he's not wearing his seatbelt. He's not in the right mind, sitting there with his dog named Buddy. So the police told him, you can be sued. We don't want to sue people, but reality, they need to. That's why I'm here tonight. They keep my son for 4 days. They release. He's doing very well. The reason why they have to take him there, the research give him his shot, but because of his high blood pressure, he cannot give him his shot or he'll get a heart attack. So they gave him medication that we just give it to him, and my son drink. I can't control him. He's an adult. He just turned 38 years old. I can't tell him, Dale, you can't drink. He drinks.
Ma'am, your time's way up, but I still don't know what you want. What are you?
I want to ask you guys if you can build a Tri-City hospital for mental illness people, because there's so many people, even the military, are coming back from the war. They'll hear voices.
Okay. About Tri-City Hospital taking mental patients.
They take patients, they keep in the emergency, they don't have room for the mental health.
We don't have any control over Tri-City Hospital.
So who has that right?
But there's also, by the old police station, there's also county mental health right there. That building, that's local. And we have...
Where? What are you talking about? Where?
It's on the corner of Mission and Barnwell. That's the county office.
County mental health.
Is it in Oceanside?
Barnes.
I don't know, but anyway, that's why I'm here tonight.
Why don't you see the guy back there waving his hand, that good-looking guy? Go see him. He'll talk to you about it, and we can't do much.
Can I finish? I see that guy speak for an hour, and then you give me a break.
That's on an item on the agenda. You're not on the agenda. So you're just...
Oh, agenda. Okay.
He's
but
the
I'm just an American
city manager.
citizen.
City manager back there. He'll tell you about Tri-City.
I'll tell him, because he already know why I'm here, about the traffic light, camera light, that's making so much money. This person that installed a light, making so much money, and where that money go.
That's a different one, but what? Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Talk to city manager. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate that. I appreciate it. Why should talk to the city manager? Let's go to item number 11 and then 12, since we're paying somebody to be here. Item 11, please.
Item number 11 is an adoption of resolution acting as a legislative body of Community Facilities District number 200-1 Ocean Ranch Corporate Center, authorizing the issuance of special tax refunding bond series 2013A in a principal amount not to exceed $27 million and approving certain documents and taking certain other actions in connection therewith.
Good evening. Quite understand. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Michelle Lund, I'm the City Treasury Manager in the City Treasurer's Office. I'm here before you tonight requesting authorization to issue refunding bonds for the 2002 Ocean Ranch Corporate Center Community Facilities District bonds, which are more commonly known as Melrose bonds. Because of the current low interest rate environment, we will be able to refinance the bonds to achieve annual tax savings for the property owners within the district. The 2002 bonds were issued in December of 2002 for the purpose of financing the public infrastructure within the Ocean Ranch Corporate Center, located north of Oceanside Boulevard and west of College Boulevard. A total of $12.2 million in bonds were sold at that time and currently have an outstanding principal balance of $11.6 million, and that's as of March 1st. The remaining interest rates on the bonds range from 5.125% to 6.375%. The bonds are currently eligible to be called on September 1st of 2013. And based on recent analysis that the city had performed, the city would issue on behalf of the district $11.8 million in bonds with an estimated all-in true interest cost of 4.2%. The estimated net present value savings over the life of the bonds is $1.6 million, or 14%. This equates to approximately $125,000 in the annual debt service savings per year. The annual savings will be, the actual savings will be determined at the time of bond pricing, which we expect to happen in mid-May with an anticipating closing date of mid-June. The bonds will be sold on a public offering basis by Stifel Nicholas. With me tonight, I have Scott Smith from CSG Advisors. He's our financial advisor on the bond issuance, and you all know Brian Forbath. He's the bond counsel from Straddling Yucca. And that is my brief presentation, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Michelle, have a seat, sidebar, and you did introduce them. I think they're well known up here. Yeah. With that, is our public?
No public on this item.
Back to the council, Councilmember Feller.
Thank you. It said we save $125,000 approximately a year.
Yes.
Well, in the vernacular, that's not chump change, so I move approval.
I'll second that. Thank you very much. Any other speakers? If not, please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Michelle, great job. Maybe this one will be quicker.
Let's see. Can I make it quicker? Okay, take two. So the bonds that we're going to ask for authorization to issue are refunding bonds for the 2002 Morrow Hills Community Facility bonds. This is the residential Melrose District. This is out towards the back 8, the Arrowwood community. Again, we're looking to achieve tax savings for property owners within that district. The original bonds were issued in November of 2002, and those bonds were issued at $9.9 million, and they now have an outstanding principal amount of $6.8 million as of March 1st. The remaining interest rates on those bonds are from 5% to 6.2%, and the bonds are also currently eligible for call on September 1st. And based on the analysis that we have done, the city would issue on behalf of the district that $6.8 million in bonds, and the the estimated true interest cost of those are almost 4.2%, 4.17%. The net present value savings over the life of those bonds is $1.1 million, or 14%, and the savings would be about $90,000 in annual debt service per year. And again, these bonds will be sold by Piper Jaffray on the open market, and the same time frame as far as pricing and closing, mid-May and June.
Thank you. Have a seated sidebar for this one.
Michelle, could I just add one note to that? There is, on the Morrow Hills, there's also some 2004 bonds that are outstanding, and if the interest rates are such that it's economic to refund the 2004 bonds as well for significant savings over 5%, the resolution authorizes bonds to refund those bonds as well. Right now, it's borderline. It's not quite likely that it'll happen, but if the market does shift in our favor, the resolution provides us that authorization to do that. So I just wanted to clarify that.
That's very nice of you to bring it up. Do you want to add to that?
We've been studying this for on a weekly basis since probably early January, and the market has stayed fairly stable, but it's remained the fact that we're right kind of on the edge, and so the expectation is that's not going to happen.
Well, since you were here late, we want to at least get you live on TV talking, so with that, City Manager.
Thank you.
Honorable Mayor, council members, just to remind you that this is, as Michelle said, this is for the Arrowwood portion of Morrow Hills, and this does not provide funding to install sewer lines throughout Dennis Martinick's neighborhood.
Really? Thank you. With that, Councilmember Feller.
Thank you. You're talking about $124 a year savings to each home?
Yes, each property owner. Mm-hmm.
Or each residential unit. And if it's another $100 if the 2004 part goes through.
That's if we meet that 5% minimum threshold on net present value savings, which, as Mr. Smith indicated, right now, we're looking at the market, it's not. It looks like we're not going to be, but those bonds are callable in 2014, so we will be back, and we do have the opportunity, if the economics make sense, to do it on an advanced refunding basis. So we will be coming forward probably early in 2014, we're almost there, with improvement district bonds for Morrow Hills, which is another set of bonds that were issued to build the elementary school. Oh, yeah. And so those will be refunded, like I said, in 2014. They'll be currently callable at that point. And so we'll revisit it, the 2004s. So there is opportunity for more savings within the next year.
I think this is probably something good for all the residents out there. So
motion.
I move approval.
I'll second that. Thank you very much. No other comments? Thank you. Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. We're going to go for First, a closed session report from our city attorney, then public communication off agenda. And we'll go to the last item over here and keep Miss Dale here late.
Okay, council met in closed session to discuss item 1 on the agenda, conference with its labor negotiator involving negotiations with the Oceanside City Employees Association, management employees of the city of Oceanside, Oceanside Police Officers Association non-sworn, and the Western Council of Engineers, I should say. The council did give direction. There's no reportable action at this time. Council did not meet on item 2A. Item 2B, conference with legal counsel on existing litigation in the matter of Hurst versus Garcia in the city of Oceanside. City council did vote unanimously to authorize an appeal in that matter should the city's post-trial motions not be successful. Item 3, conference with real property negotiator. Council met to discuss the 7.38 acres at Palo Road near Los Arbolitos Boulevard. Negotiator for the city, Doug Edow. The other party is Concordia Communities. The council did give direction. There's no reportable action at this time. Item 3B, the council did meet to discuss the 6.582 acres of land on Jones Road. Negotiating parties are City of Oceanside and Reach Corporation. Again, there's no action to report on that item. Of course, the item was heard publicly later today. So that's correct. And on item 3A, council member Kern recused himself due to a potential conflict of interest.
Thank you. With that, could we go to public?
Item 19, we have 4 members of the public wishing to speak on items not on the agenda. First, we have Brian Crew.
Hi, Brian.
Hi.
I'm waving at her because I'm keeping her late.
Good evening. My name is Brian Crew. I'm an Oceanside resident and former Oceanside Senior Commissioner. And I botched up my notes because of the time change. I'm also a past area governor of Toastmasters International and a member of Congress of California Seniors. And I've been asked to speak on behalf of a group of Oceanside citizens who are concerned about lack of representation at City Hall on behalf of 40,000 Oceanside seniors. So I'm out of the services thing, now we're talking about humanity. Oceanside senior residents and veterans. Our former unpaid senior commission was dissolved in 2011 by an ideological 3-2 split controlled by a city council majority. Several San Diego County cities currently do have senior commissions, which indicates that there is no substitute for experience. The entire Oceanside City Council should adopt a civility policy, which sometimes involves unwanted PR. It has always been said, keep your eyes on the needs of the citizens of Oceanside and learn to compromise. I've shortened this, Your Honor, down to less than 3 minutes because of the time schedule. But I wish to say that I feel that there's some future for 40,000 senior residents who in most cases don't know where to go next. And will be concerned as a senior, and I'll pay constant attention to the 5 city council members, and by the time we get to 2014, we will have some kind of action as far as considering the old folk. If I was living back east, I would find it difficult to consider vacationing in a city that's halfway between Disneyland and the ocean in San Diego and travel 3,000 miles to visit a city that has little concern for seniors. And I will stay with this program as far as what can be done for seniors. And I'm talking about senior residents.
And there are problems for seniors out there that you may not be aware of, but they need to be attempted to be resolved wherever possible. And my time is up, but I will be back to remind you again, maybe a question. What is City Council on Oceanside Senior? Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
Ms. Terry Lavero.
Good evening.
Mayor and council
Will
members.
you adjust the
Can you hear
mic, your gooseneck mic, will you adjust that so we can hear you better?
Okay, thank you. Thank you. My name is Terry Lavero, and I live in Oceana. And happy birthday, Ms. Sanchez. And I'm thinking, this is my first meeting, but I'm thinking some others may be having birthdays before we're done. I don't know. That was supposed to be humor. Okay. I'm here as a board member of the Friends of Oceanside Park, and I'd like to invite all of you and your families to Heritage Park Day on Saturday, May 11th, and the event will be held in Heritage Park from noon until 4 p.m., and there will be music, entertainment, children's games, a car show, ballet folklorico, craft vendors, and food vendors. And admission is $5 for each adult and $1 for each child. If a family registers their child for summer camp on that day, admission is free for the family. And I'm going to be there, and I look forward to welcoming all of you. I hope that you will be there too. Good. And for more information, you can check the website at oceansiderec.com or call 760-435-5041. Thank you for your time.
Parks make life better.
Parks make life better. Wonderful. I'll see you there.
Linda Walshaw may come forward at this time.
Good evening.
Okay. My name is Linda Walshaw. I live at 151 Robbie Lane, and I am Vice President of Action, the Alliance of Citizens to Improve Oceanside Neighborhoods. On behalf of the 42 Oceanside communities represented by Action, we would like to thank Mayor Jim Wood and Councilmember Esther Sanchez for their continued support of neighborhood issues and their commitment to always putting people first here in Oceanside. You have stood beside Oceanside residents to fight to keep rent protections for seniors, to prevent outsourcing of Oceanside's first responders, our harbor, and our libraries. You stand with us to protect and preserve Oceanside's agricultural land, environment, and quality of life for our future. You continue to fight for restoration of our city's parks, pools, and recreational programs for our youth and our seniors. I'm sorry to say that the same cannot be said of our other council members, Mr. Kern, Mr. Feller, and Mr. Feline, who continue to put the interests of outside builders and developers ahead of those of their own constituents. It is in no one's best interest to place a toxic landfill directly on Oceanside's main source of water at Gregory Canyon. Yet they not only support it, but even spoke in favor of it at the Army Corps of Engineers hearing on the matter. They ignored the 15,484 voters who signed a referendum to stop Proposition E last year and instead spent $200,000 of taxpayer money to hold a special election. They continue to push for the Melrose extension even though the project was rejected by our own Planning Commission because its detriments far outweigh any benefit. They continue to move forward toward development and installation of sewers in Morro Hills, even though development of this area would mean loss of North County's only remaining agricultural land. They support outsourcing of Oceanside's harbor despite its excellent operating record and profits. They've suggested outsourcing Oceanside's ambulance service to a private for-profit company, which would mean higher cost to patients. They've considered outsourcing paramedics, firefighters, police department, even though this would result in delayed response times and greater cost to Oceanside residents. We are very grateful to Mayor Wood and Councilmember Sanchez for continuing to stand with the citizens of Oceanside against corporate outside special interests of builders, developers, and mobile home park owners. On behalf of the residents of Oceanside, thank you, Mayor Wood and Ms. Sanchez, for your continued service to our community.
Thank you, ma'am.
Jimmy Knott may come forward at this time.
Mayor, council members, Jimmy Knott, 127 Cherry Lane. This last Saturday, Stephanie Clark, the Vice Chair of the Integrated Waste Commission, representing the Integrated Waste Commission, myself representing the Utilities Commission, did some judging of art, science, and engineering projects down at the bowl here in front of the community center. And they were of children's works, of kindergartners to pre-college high school students at the Greens Fair Create to Educate. And I can tell you, those students amazed us and blew us away. Councilmember Kern dropped by with his wife, and he was blown away as well with some of the work. The artwork from the kindergartners, very simply, their vivid colors, dynamic expressions, the individual concepts, each expressing the core element of help to care the planet, was amazing. The scientific presentations in the lower to middle grade levels and their grasp of the scientific method, presenting real-life environmental problems and designing tests to solve those problems, and taking and presenting the results was as well amazing. And the use of media, of recycled media, to convey a message, like as an example, one work was an ocean wave made of trash gathered with the forming of a model of the surfer, instantly telling the viewer the story. Was again another model of what our students are doing. To an experiment of the benefits of using storm grates as versus no storm grates at the storm drains and how much that they're beneficial. We wanted to give a top prize to each and every one of the students, but we as judges could not do that. Many were so close. Some were judged within 1/10 of a point of each other, and a couple of them were tied. We even needed higher help to decide to break the tie. But I wanted to come forward to basically express to all those people, all those entrants that made their entrance possible with your hard work and your time that you gave. In our minds, in our hearts, in our eyes, you were all winners. And I want to personally say thank you. You made this weekend what it was. It was one of beauty and intelligence. Thank you.
No more public on this item.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. With that, let's move to item number 20.
Item number 20 is adoption of a resolution making findings that the proposed cogeneration project to be installed by CHP Clean Energy LLC under a power purchase agreement will generate cost savings. Approval of the power purchase agreement with CHPCE La Salina LLC of Boston, Massachusetts for the construction at no cost to the city of the La Salina wastewater treatment plant cogeneration facility project and subsequent energy purchase, and authorization for the city manager to execute the agreement.
Thank you very much. As mayor, I'll open this public hearing and ask for disclosure from council members.
Just staff.
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 Staff only.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, any correspondence or petitions?
None.
Thank you. And with the beginning, Ms. Dale, thank you for hanging around late. I appreciate it.
Not a problem. Good evening, Mayor and council members, and happy birthday, Councilmember Sanchez. This evening we're going to be, we would like you to consider a proposed cogeneration project at the La Salina wastewater treatment plant. Is the mic on?
I have a hard time hearing you, so thank you.
Okay. Providing that presentation is going to be Jason Dafford. Go ahead and come on up, Jason. He's a Water Utilities Division Manager. He has a couple slides, and then we'll be at side bar for questions.
Honorable Mayor, council members, what we have is our project, the La Salina Wastewater Treatment Plant Cogeneration Facility. It's located at our La Salina treatment plant at 1330 South Tate Street. The cogen facility is proposed to be constructed adjacent to the digesters currently at the facility. The facility will take the gas from the digesters and generate power, and the power will then be utilized there on site at the facility. The generator will also produce heat, and the heat will be used by the facility to keep the digesters at the appropriate temperature, which will reduce our cost of energy through consumption of natural gas for our boilers. Some of the highlights of the project, this is our third private-public partnership. Two of them, I think you all are aware of, our cogen facility out at the San Luis Rey plant, and then also our solar facility out at the San Luis Rey plant. So this will be a third one. Our contractor has been able to acquire a incentive program or an incentive funds for this project, which makes the final numbers to us very, very attractive. There was a deadline on the incentive program for April the 6th. We were able to get an extension on that deadline for 30 days. So we have till, I believe that's Monday or Tuesday, to present to them the executed agreement. As part of the contract, we have a 15-year term, and at the end of the 15-year term, we have the ability to extend the contract at whatever length we feel appropriate based on negotiations. We have the ability, if we don't want to continue with the contract, we can go ahead and terminate the contract and have the contractor remove the facility, or we may opt out to purchase the facility if we deem so appropriate. At the end of the day, the idea and the whole purpose of this project is to save energy costs at the La Salina sewage treatment facility. And as part of this, I want to affirm the findings of cost. In the agreement, we have negotiated a 7.5 cent per kilowatt hour price for purchasing the produced power. This is in relationship to SDG&E, which we currently pay approximately 12.5 cents per kilowatt hour. So that's half of our savings. In our evaluation, we assumed a 3% escalation factor for SDG&E, and at the end of the 15 years, we have a net savings of approximately $625,000. And what we're asking for is an adoption of the resolution and the authorized execution of the power purchase agreement. That concludes my presentation, and I will be available for questions.
Thank you. Please have a seat sidebar, and Mr. Clerk.
This is a public hearing item. Therefore, any members of the public wishing to speak on this item can come forward for 3 minutes.
Mayor, council members, Jimmy Knott, 127 Cherry Lane. I'm before you as a member of the Utilities Commission, the Budget Committee, and I wanted to express that we have reviewed this and endorse it, as well as other members of the commission. Thank you.
Any other members of the public wishing to speak on this item may come forward at this time. This time I don't see anyone else.
I see no others. I'll close this and come back to the council. Councilmember Kern, please.
Thank you. I'm going to move adoption of the resolution making the findings related to the energy services contracting and approving of a power purchase agreement for the construction of the La Salina wastewater treatment plant cogeneration facility project and the subsequent energy purchase.
Second.
Oh, okay. A little scary. You got to say something just instead of looking at me. So no, I think this is a good project. We talked about how we can reduce some of our overall costs. This is a good deal. I got to commend Director Dale because it's been a long day for her. She was with me at 7:30 this morning down at the San Diego Water Authority with Congressman Peters. So it's been a grind today. I know for her. So no, this is good. The only question I had, now this is a 24-hour-a-day operation, right? A continuous operation. So the idea, I know you said average cost for SDG&E, but at certain times SDG&E's costs drop, like in the evening. is there a time when it'll ever get below 7.5 cents? Is there something that we can, is there like a SCADA program that says, okay, we're going to go on to SDG&E power versus our own power? Or is it even relevant because they never get below 7.5 cents?
No, we don't have, at the facility, it's a continuous operation, so we really don't have the ability to manipulate the process itself. We try to keep it, with the sewage treatment process, it likes to stay very consistent. So this, though, the cogen facility will produce power continuously at all times, so we will have the ability to absorb that in-house at the facility. And as far as the rates, I'd have to look at the bills to determine, but there is a fluctuation. I'm just not sure what that is as far as, the 12.5 cents per kilowatt hour.
Okay, Director Dale, you pushed your button like you wanted to say something.
I was going to say we could get back to you on whether it's a time of use meter, which would vary depending on whether it's a peak, time for energy use or not.
It'd probably be a moot point if they never go below 7.5 cents. I mean, because I know when I visited Eastern Municipal, they have this program of almost like a mini pump storage about how they distribute their water depending on their pricing that they get from their energy provider. And when I heard about the difference in cost, I thought, okay, maybe there's something we can do. No, that was my only question. Thank you.
Councilmember Feller.
Thank you. So I'm understanding then that 625,000 or 43 or whatever the number is, that's over 15 years, and that's about 40-something thousand a year. Is that right?
That's correct. We anticipate roughly 21,000 annual savings from the cost, SDG&E cost, and then another 20,000 of natural gas savings also because of the production of heat. So there's two elements there to add up to that 625 total.
So that isn't chump change.
Sorry, I'm in another world. I was talking to the city manager. Councilmember Sanchez, I'm sorry.
Nope.
Nope, okay, fine. I see no others. Everybody, please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you very much. Sorry for the late hour. And Mr. Clerk, confirming with you, do we have anything less other than city council reports?
No, only council reports.
We'll go with those, okay?
Councilmember Feller, actually Mayor Wood.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. And now the room's empty. It's a lot nicer, but a couple of things. That's when I want to speak and everybody's gone. Anyhow, inviting everybody to come to the Tourist Summit on Thursday, May 2nd at 8:30 in the morning at the Oceanside Museum of Art. Good turnout, a lot of business. That's the kind of kickoff for summer, and we all have a good time, and hopefully that'll give us a good summer ahead. Also, there was a joint council and Oceanside Unified School District workshop last Wednesday on April 24th. Great get together. I think we enjoyed talking back and forth and a lot of public input. I think we got the city manager and the superintendent of schools to help organize it and got some pretty good input from both sides and for the public, so I'm happy about that. Also coming up, Libby Lake Community Resource Fair is coming up. That's Libby Lake where we had some of our problems. It is actually a beautiful park and lake, but it's beginning at 11 a.m. on Saturday, May 11th at Libby Lake Park. Also, you always saw earlier the Heritage Park Day, 12 to 4 p.m. on Saturday, May 11th at Heritage Park, one of our most beautiful parks with a setting in the city of Oceanside. Also, I don't do this very often, but there was a live performance play at the Brooks Theater, and it ran from April 24th through May 5th. It's still there, and it was called Parallel Lives. Two young ladies from Oceanside were in this place, went about 2 hours, only 2 participants in it, about 20 different vignettes regarding what they did. Outstanding. outstanding, about a lot of ladies' issues with humor in it. I enjoyed it. It's still there if you should go help the performing arts down there. And I got to admit that I'm very prejudiced in the sense that one of my best friend's daughter, Virginia Gregg, everybody calls Jenny, very talented young lady with another young lady, and Geraldine, I think was her name, put this play on. If you got the chances before May the 5th, go down and see it. It's at the Brook Street Theater, downtown Oceanside. Plenty of parking here at City Hall. I really thought these two ladies were very talented, and I didn't want you to forget about it. Give you a chance to see them in action. Other than that, be safe, have a good time.
Councilmember Feller.
Thank you. At Sandag, from one of the staff members, they have got a notice of preparation of environmental impact report for the Buena Vista Lagoon Enhancement Project, and there's a scoping meeting May 9th from 6 to 8 o'clock at the Buena Vista Elementary School located at 1330 Buena Vista Way, Carlsbad. At 6:30, the project team will give a short presentation. Did you all receive one in the mail for this? If not, I will make you a copy of this. So just wanted to let you know about that particular thing, which is important to us regarding the lagoon and the expansion of the freeway. Shiloh Church of God, the pastor there, Michael Henderson, celebrated 15 years. I was there and participated in their celebration. Yesterday, Tri-City Christian School had a groundbreaking for a brand new facility over on Emerald. They're going to build a whole new school there for K through 12. And it's going to be phased in. They have fields that they will be building on as well. We have the Tourism Summit. There is National Day of Prayer tomorrow in the gatherings at Grace Community Church, the church on the hill on El Camino. And last of all, Esther and I have celebrated lots of birthdays for, 12. They're on. Well, this is the 13th year. So Esther's 13 years older than she was when she started. So happy birthday.
I was in my 40s.
Yes, I know you were. I was just in my 50s. So happy birthday.
Thank you.
Councilmember Feline.
Thank you. On the 18th, I attended the Boys and Girls Club open house at their renovated facility, and that was great to see, and it looks like they'll be able to provide a lot of wonderful services with that. On Friday the 19th, attended the Friends of the Library high tea fundraiser they had to support the library, and I commend everyone who put that event together. It was real wonderful to see the women all dressed up nice and to participate in a tea ceremony or afternoon tea, and I guess live life the way it used to be. I also attended the business visit to Federal Heath Signs, and I was truly amazed at the national scope of this business and the income it brings to the Oceanside City and our region, and wish them all the more success. On the mayor mentioned the joint city council Oceanside Unified School District board meeting that we had, and it's wonderful to have a great relationship with the school district and the city manager and the school superintendent. Got great input from both us and the public in terms of, then they'll be coming back to us with recommendations to help our community. And then on Thursday the 25th, attended the library volunteer recognition event, and it's great to see the enthusiasm that we have amongst the volunteers of the library, and the time they commit is a wonderful contribution contribution to our community, and I want to thank them all.
Councilmember Kern.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Couple things. I attended the San Diego County Water Authority Board Retreat last Friday. The thing that came out of that is how we're going to start on our new strategic planning, and we're going out for a cost of service analysis with and without desal factored in, so there's going to be 2 phases of that. We did win some procedural issues at the Superior Court in San Francisco against Metropolitan Water District. They're compelling Metropolitan Water District to disclose their cost of service analysis. And it was kind of interesting because Metropolitan Water District felt that they were above the state law and above the state constitution, and that they said, we're Metropolitan and you're not, so we don't have to answer. And I think the judge put it very clearly that they will have to answer how they charge for their services. They're on a path now to actually have $450 million in their reserves by the end of this year, and they still have a 5% rate increase on the books. So hopefully, and they're capped at $450 million. So I don't know how they're going to justify going above that cap with a 5% rate increase for the rest of the region. So stay tuned. It's very interesting what's happening with water. So, it's interesting to find out how the attitude of Metropolitan is so cavalier that they think that they're above the law. The high tea fundraiser that Gary talked about, he did not comment on my outfit, my apron. I actually hosted a table, and I wore my apron to be the host of the table, and but they raised, I think, about $6,000 for the library. So it was, for a first time out of the chute, I thought it was a very good event and very well attended. And they actually had to set up some extra tables at the end because of people coming up at the last minute. So next year will probably be bigger and better. My compliments to Colleen Anderson, or Colleen Foster. I don't know if she's using her new name yet or whatever, but she put on the Green Fair down at the band shell. It was a very good event. More vendors this year than ever before. So it was quite the event, and it was something that hope every year it gets bigger and better. And I did go over and watch some of the kids' submittals for judging. Now I think some of them were kind of getting double duty here because I think they looked like a lot like science projects they submitted to school, and they just recycled them for, which is, I guess, is the theme. They recycled them for the judging, so that was good. I did also attend the Gear Up conference at Maricosta College as part of the liaison to the Education Committee from this council. I went out there and to talk to students and parents and how to prepare them for college, and also how I think the most beneficial thing was to prepare the parents how to apply for college. If anybody out there knows what a FAFSA form is and how to fill it out, the first time can be extremely daunting. So they actually walked some of the parents through how to fill out those forms to get financial aid for their students to go to college. Along that lines, I did meet with Dr. Vadichka, the superintendent of Vista Unified School, and 2 of their board members, and the city manager, to talk about their issues at the behest of Jim Gibson, one of their trustees. They have 8,000 students in the city of Oceanside at Vista Unified. They're about a third of the size of Oceanside Unified in the number of students they have. So they're working out some deal on a school resource officer, negotiating with the city manager and city staff. There was a landscape issue that they wanted some bushes cut back, and city manager's research found out that the landowner hadn't cut them back, and the landowner happened to be the Vista Unified School District. So we've got that straightened out. Now I think we're cutting them back, but we're saying from now on, you got to cut your own bushes. Also attended the open house at Mission Vista High School. They opened up their last building, the food service building out there. I did that. And so it was a nice event. Very, very nice school. If anybody has a chance to visit that, to go out and see it, they did a really good job building it, even though I wasn't real thrilled about where they built it. Councilmember Feline mentioned business visit, Federal Heave Sign. They're a corporate headquarters for a national company, one of the largest sign companies in the nation, and their corporate headquarters is here in Oceanside. They're a firm that's probably over 100 years old. They have some of those pictures on the wall, so it's very good. And then, actually, people wonder why we look rather large up here, but the idea, the mayor and I ran across each other twice on Saturday, once at a barbecue and once at the Oceanside Reads thing, and they try to feed us every time we go someplace. So the Oceanside Police Department put on a barbecue for their Explorer program, so we showed up and we ate, just to be polite. And then we went to the Oceanside Reads for literacy over at the Broken Yoke, and we ate just to be polite. So it's not that, we just try to be as polite as we possibly can when we go out in the community. So, you know, that's what we have to do. And then that's I'm looking at our city treasurer. I did go out to Heritage Park because the Rotary was painting Heritage Park, and I got there just in time that the work was finished. I watched our city treasurer, Mr. Ernst, cleaning the brushes, and I had a beer and I watched him, and then I went home. So, yeah, they did a great job at Heritage Park, and I know to do that. And that's about it. Thank you.
I forgot one issue, because we did have one of those weekends where name the Rotary, whatever, they were cleaning or doing something throughout the whole community. And we also had the Carlsbad Mormon Church show up and clean the old cemetery in front of the San Luis Rey Mission. That's kind of across the street on the hill. And there's headstones in there from 1822. You know, this is an old area, and the headstones are made out of adobe, all the way to the most modern one, which is Officer Bassat, who was killed in line of duty. His is there also, but they cut down all that weeds in that cemetery and the land down in front of it. So I want to thank the Carlsbad Mormon Church for all the time and effort they did here in Oceanside. They filled up 3 of those large waste management dumpsters and ran out of dumpsters. They left a big pile there, and I sent an email to our city manager, wanting to know if they could pick up the remainder, because they did a great job out there cleaning up this thing. And some of the actual founders of Oceanside's graves are at that location. It's pretty amazing, some of the dates on them. Anyhow, I forgot that. I wanted to thank them. That's all I have. We'll adjourn to Wednesday. What?
Me?
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought they did you. I apologize. I do apologize. I was trying to rush out the door.
I know.
It's your birthday.
I appreciate it.
It's your
Thank you.
birthday. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I won't.
Okay, well, along with all the other wonderful events that have taken place that I was also able to attend, and kudos to the ladies for the high tea. That was wonderful. I tried to find out whether or not this has ever happened before, and no, this was an actual new event and a wonderful fundraiser for the library. So congratulations to the ladies. There was even a Mad Hatter table. Oh, it was beautiful. It was wonderful. Dia del Niño was this past Saturday. It's International Day of the Child, and that tradition has started, about 8-9 years ago. And I got to open up the ceremonies and also participate in the pozole contest. Great cooks in the neighborhood. But what I had heard is that the mayor had been there early because he had to go to all these other places. I needed to be present for the entire wonderful program, but the mayor left his prints there because there are photographs of him going down the slide, the inflatable slide, along with some of the event planners, and him throwing darts and all kinds of things. So, Mayor, your presence was duly noted.
I left because they wanted me to get in the wrestling ring with a mask.
That was pretty cool. So the kids loved that, and the kids always also love the demonstration with the police dog. You know, the cop that has to get dressed up with like really thick gear, and then come and bite him, oh my gosh, that's always scary. But I also wanted to note that, yes, indeed, thank you, Councilmember Feller, for mentioning the scoping meeting that's happening on May 9th. It is such a critical piece for us. This almost got stalled. Well, actually did get stalled, the Buena Vista Lagoon restoration project. And Caltrans and Sandag agreed to continue on with the environmental impact report. Now, this project can actually get, I think there's like a couple of $100 million that'll be available for mitigation for the I-5 widening. Well, this project itself, because of its uniqueness, would take priority over all mitigation projects if this goes forward and is, finished and complete and ready to, shovel ready. This could mean $100 million to our region, to our city, to cities of Oceanside and Carlsbad with a restoration project. It goes to the top of the list, and that's why it's so critical for us. So March 9th, 6 to 8 p.m., there will be people there to take your comments, right? Excuse me, May. What did I say? March. Oh my gosh. May. I guess I didn't want to grow into another year, so anyway. But also, there are some other things happening around town, and starting tomorrow morning, I don't know, Mayor, if you mentioned this, but it's the annual Oceanside Tourism Summit and Summer Kickoff, bright and early, 8:30 to 10:30 tomorrow morning at the Oceanside Museum of Art. And also with Visit Oceanside, there's a Tourism Cares volunteer project on May 9th, 9 a.m. to 11 a.m., and that's at the San Luis Rey Bike Trail Neptune entrance. And then Spring Open House on May 9th, same day, a little later in the afternoon, from 5:30 to 6:30 at the California Welcome Center. The Elks Lodge is doing a presentation with the Oceanside Boys and Girls Club and Canine Companions, and that's actually tomorrow evening as well. And the Libby Lake event that you mentioned, Mayor, that is so important. Miracosta is going to be present. I talked to Dr. Rodriguez, and he's having faculty there to, encourage parents and the kids in the neighborhood to think about going to Miracosta, think about what Miracosta has to offer. What Dr. Rodriguez explained to me was that right now we have about 23-24% Latino students that are attending Miracosta, that if that were to increase to 25 to 28%, the college would then become immediately available, would immediately qualify for additional funds. And those funds would be for graduation, to helping kids graduate from high school. So this is really exciting what's happening with Miracosta, and that Miracosta is coming to the community. We're talking about doing something similar in the East Side neighborhood at Laurel Elementary to get the kids excited about college. The Laurel School kids that were here earlier, they reminded me of that it was my second grade teacher, Miss Ito, who told my dad, she's going to college. And that's when that idea came into my head. You got to get the kids early, and we've got, that's something that we got to, continue to do to inspire our kids. And I wanted to also note that the Water Authority did submit its comment letter to the Army Corps of Engineers regarding the Gregory Canyon landfill. And there are some very, very wonderful comments there about how the EIR does not answer all the questions, and especially with respect to the possible contamination, the very real probability of contamination of our water source, the San Luis Rey River, along with the aquifer and the pipelines for the Water Authority. So I really am glad that the Water Authority was able to provide that really very good comment letter. And it is my birthday. Oh, I had 3 birthday wishes.
Oh.
One of them came true, and that is my youngest nephew, David, graduating this year, has decided to accept going to Cal State San Francisco. And so I am just so excited, so very, very excited to see that he's going to college and, you know, to a place that it's my other home in San Francisco. It's a beautiful place. So, and my second wish was that I hoped everyone had a really, really great and wonderful day. And I won't let you know about my third wish. It's not come through yet. So thank you very much.
Thank you, and I'm sorry I cut you off. I was thinking to get out of here. I'll adjourn us to Wednesday, May 15th, 2013, 2 p.m. here at the council chambers. Thank you. Good night.